Hello everyone and welcome into yet another live stream. Wow, that feels... It feels a bit weird, not gonna lie, it's it may seem like a minor change to just remove the day right here instead do something like a number. There we go. Like it seems on the surface like there isn't much of a difference to it, but it feels a bit weird, you know? A bit odd. So, hi there everyone. How are you doing? Day 851 is where I finish off. That's curious, just a random date. Anyhow, hello everyone and welcome to yet another live stream. How are you all doing? I hope you are all doing well. I hope you are all doing fine on this day. And today we will be, as always, working on the video. Yeah, the thing is, the really big video is actually... I've seen better days, that's fine. What happened, Rainspec? What happened? I just need to gather a second to gather myself. All right. All right. All right. So, today we will be working on a video. That's because, as I mentioned, the big video is coming along a bit too slowly, and I thought that in the meantime we might as well do a bit of a chemistry video. The battery, about oxidation states, and oxidation and redox and everything in general. Overloaded with work from school and coaching center, not to mention pursue engineering in my country is really frustrating. This is about the intuitive understanding, more about crunching formula numbers, just a thing. I feel really burnt out. If you feel really burnt out, then just consider if it's a temporary state or a permanent one. So if you feel really do you feel really burnt out about the schoolwork, or do you feel really burnt out about the work that you will have in the future? About being an engineer, basically. If you feel burnt out about being an engineer, then I would recommend changing to some kind of, like, finding, it's really just school. If it's just school, then that's not bad. Because if it's really just school, what helps me whenever I have tasks that I really don't want to do, but still have to do, okay, I don't know if it will work in this case. I'm just trying to tell you what works for me. For me, I just imagine when those tasks will end, because they will, and then just focus on the fact that it is a finite amount of time. I know it might not be too great of a silver lining, but it's still a finite amount of time. Never too late to create an ebook for trading crypto. Anyhow, today we will be... Who joins that? Hi, the Katsi. You just reminded me that my streamer mode was off. I don't know why, but recently Discord isn't actually turning it on automatically. And I'm worried I might get some spicy messages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
I am so proud of you. I'm so happy you're finally taking care of your health. That's so good.
I've been trying to take care of it for a while, just reached the point where I realized that, unfortunately, like, this is not something I can walk around. I need to stop doing the daily ones. They were doing like, hi, the reflex again. Yeah. Hi, the Reblox. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I won't sit here and pretend as if I'm not at least a little bit upset.
Lots of gamers Reblox here.
Yeah, hi. I'm not gonna lie. I won't sit here and pretend as if I'm not a little bit upset, but oh well. what can you do? 851. I'm mostly annoyed that I couldn't like keep going to like 900 or 1000. That would have been neat. End on 1000. But yeah, I feel like ending on just a random 851 feels a bit more Make It style. How to do a small break and not work on the video? Oh no, I will take breaks, don't worry. From now on, I will take breaks. It's just that today I feel good. I feel good today. When I don't feel so great, I will take breaks. Hence why, well, I've done what I've done. It feels like such a minor change right now because, well, all I did is I just replaced the day in the title, the thumbnail, and on stream with just a number, like stream number 852. Such a minor change. But man, for me, it has massive implications. You're stopping. I'm not stopping. I'm just not going to be streaming every day. I'm still going to be streaming for charity. I'm still going to be doing all of that, just not, we're just throwing out the daily rule. It no longer has to be every day. I mean, technically, I suppose I'm still going right now, but I really don't want to count it to the days count because then that will lead to the whole process where I'm like, oh yeah, just a couple more days and it just restarts again. So yeah, I'm ripping off the band-aid as quickly as I can. Good for you, Queen. Go live your life. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really do. Oh, I gotta go off Queen. Oh. Fucking hell. Fucking... Pardon my swearing, but YouTube won't take away my ad revenue since I don't earn anything on the streams anyway. Fucking hell. It's 800's crazy though. I know, I've been here. Gotta stop the work overconsumption. Rates are high as fuck, exactly. Fucking hell indeed, yeah. I'm not joking, by the way, we will be working on this video today. It's just, what I feel like this could lead to nicer streams as well, because the whole rule of I have to stream every day meant that really often I just didn't have an idea for a live stream, I just started it for the sake of starting it. Like yesterday, for example. Shit. Shit. Anyway, how are your days going, everyone? Reflex Katsi, how are your days going?
I'm okay, I think.
Recently I've been quite unable to get shit done, but I'm leaving the house tomorrow to go to a seminar, so I hope that's gonna change.
That's good.
Also, I squander my days on administrative bullshit because I need to like register for next year.
No, this
yeah.
That's always the most annoying part. Just the whole administrative part of academia is such an necessary evil. I hope it's gonna get changed soon. We don't live in the 20th century anymore.
I mean, like the annoying thing is that like there's one second year of masters that I'm gonna do. Like it's the one for people who want to do pure math. But it's actually common to 3 universities. So actually I have 3 different platforms on which I need to submit the same documents 3 times. I need to get accepted in one of those, but that's not really a problem, so yeah. Oh my god, Reblack's voice. Yes, indeed, it is my voice.
Yeah, Reblack is just for the first time ever joined in on stream right now to talk, actually.
Yeah, I know, crazy.
So it's wild.
I didn't have it's actually the first day ever in which I have a voice, you know?
Yeah, actually, Reblack's been
mute for the rest of my life.
Reblack to listen to his new voice, you know.
Reblack has been muted this entire time.
I'm new to this whole speaking thing.
I just donated $5, but I don't know where the message went. I trust you. If you donated $5, allow me to add. Allow me to add to the whole thing. I was supposed to work on the battery video, but if you're here, Reblax,
Oh.
I'm opportunistic, you know. This is
Fair
because
enough.
I have had questions about the second Octonian video I promised. Well, about the not second, only the Octonian video, because I suppose I only covered Quaternions, and
Why?
it's because there is some general curiosity there, Cassie, because
Are
like
they any different or even just more?
well, that's actually the reason why I'm taking the opportunity of having Reblax here, because on paper, like just in theory on the surface, it seems like it's just more numbers, but how should I put this? Hold on, because I'm tapping my password, it's hard to focus on things at the same time. If you think about complex numbers, right, on the surface, it just looks like you have two different numbers, right, instead of one. It looks like two real number lines, but in reality, they allow you to describe rotation, which is convenient. With quaternions, it is the same thing with the three-dimensional rotation, so on and so forth. But in reality, that is also on the surface, that's also shallow, because the ability to describe rotation actually leads to way more. It leads to like way more, I don't want to say intuitive, but way more like appropriate descriptions of things and so on and so forth. And basically the problem I'm having is that I have seen octonions being used. I have seen them being used a lot. However, they are a bit over my paycheck for understanding how can they be useful, basically. I missed out on the shadow of my entire rant. So the message is in the end. Okay, I trust you, as I mentioned. Don't worry, I'm adding. That's why it's so convenient that I have my own service for this. Oh shit, what was your... Hold on, what was your name? It was just Tha, good. Tha 5. There we go. Now sudo system ctl restart Gunicon, which, trust me, that command is definitely simple. And Tha 130. 135, there we go, it worked. Hi there, Farmmain, hi. Linux users be like, it's a server, it doesn't have a graphical interface. I physically cannot like stamp, my goodness, how convenient, I already have it open. Okay. I always have to recheck just in case. I can edit it if I'm wrong, but it would be more convenient to recheck. 25, there we go. I didn't check how much it was beforehand, but 327, that seems right, I think. Quaternions are really confusing AF. I don't want to think about octonions. Well, that's the point, right? Because in physics, I am coming from the physics, so I am a bit biased here. But like in physics, octonions aren't really used for rotation in the classical sense. They're not really used for objects actually rotating, only a more abstract sense of rotation. $5. I hope it's a new This is a second. Okay, good. I was about to ask because I was wondering if it's a new... I almost added just like a... Oh, whatever. There we go. 140. There we go. There we go. We are in fact gaming. I was also supposed to add the title that would like a header that would say how much we've collected. Why is my country not allowed to donate? Melissa, that's fine. Funny enough, my country isn't allowed to donate either.
But you are anyway.
Yeah, but I donate with the GoFundMe's for charities that I've set up because it's easy. Oh yeah, there's a lot of work. Tell me, okay, I'm doing a wheel. Reblax, do you feel strong enough today to help me with mathematics? Because if not, trust me, that is absolutely fine. I have a lot of other stuff to do as well.
Minecraft again.
I'm not strong enough to like do my own mathematics, but helping you is probably a bit easier.
All right. So random name picker.
Though I still need to like wake up at socially appropriate time tomorrow because I have a seminar in the morning.
That's
so
reasonable then.
Go eventually.
You know what? Then no. I'm gonna pick it for another day. I'm gonna leave that actually question then for another day because I feel like it would be better if I also prepare the proper questions. How do you have half the pie How do I have... Funny you should ask, actually. That's because I don't have them linked here because I'm a fucking idiot who hasn't set up the site. But GoFundMe. GoFundMe, there we go. And then search. I love the fact that I can look up slice of pie and they just pop up. Like, you know you've reached it big when you're GoFundMe pack. But yeah, there we go. Those are all the GoFundMes I've set up for the slice of pie. And make it happen. That's for BBRF, which is the yeah, there we go, National Alliance for Research on Schizophrenia and Depression. That's 290. Then right here, this is the oldest one, where we have yeah, my donations aren't really visible, but if you scroll down, you can see Make It Happen 2 years ago, $300. Make It the Second, $6, because part 1 was only 198. I didn't have $200 at the time. That I was going through stuff, okay? Make It into 300, $5, and then $100, and then $50, and then 25, and then 20, and so on and so forth. So this is like where, don't worry, I've got receipts. I didn't just make up my 1544 number. Why are some countries not allowed to donate? Beats me. It's some probably YouTube rules. I imagine it's because some international laws, because it is charity donation and those are treated. It's a long story.
Yeah.
I had 10,000 to donate charity so bad. Did you? big bisexual Russian
Anyways, like, if the questions are about Octonians, and I guess, like, I mean, I don't know the precise question because you haven't stated it.
Yeah, that's what I say, right? That's what I'm saying, because I don't really have a question. That's the problem. It's more like I would need your help understanding it. Yeah. That's why I think it's better that I take actually at least a day to actually formulate like a list of questions.
I get it, but like, if you're wondering whether the whole algebra of something is tied to rotations, then that sort of also works for Octonians, but only sort of. Kinda. I'm not sure about like the nitty-gritty details, but like it would represent rotations in 7-dimensional space. But I know that like something is less nice about it than in lower dimensions.
Huh. I mean, just from eyeballing it, they do seem less nice with the whole not associative. Wait, or not commutative.
Not associative. But commutative is the Quaternions.
Okay, yeah, not associative.
Actually, like, if you want to be like, if you're scared of Octonians, don't worry, you're not alone. Like, I have like a friend who's doing his PhD in like number theory, and like at some point he wants to like, I don't know, some seminar, and like he quoted, "Let O be the algebra of Octonians," and to me, and then the second message he sent after that was just a skull emoji. So, you know, like, yeah, people don't like non-associative things. And actually, like, that's I think that's part of why the rotations in 7-dimensional space are less nice. They're not really associative, but they're kinda associative, I think. Yeah. If you want to send me your question, like, once you figured it out through Discords, and
yes.
Maybe I'll like take some time to actually research and think a bit about it before I come stream explaining it.
The questions will be very vague, by the way, because it's the whole like the curve, what's the fucking effect called? Dunning-Kruger, the Dunning-Kruger curve, right? You need to have a certain amount of expertise to know what questions to even ask. So they will be extremely vague, but the tangents that we went on when you were just explaining, what was it where we ended up with topology? It was the circle getting, goodness, wait, not when the rotation, with not rotations of a circle, but going along a circle, and it being moved. Do you... I don't know the math words. Okay, you get what I mean. The shit. Hold on. I can bring up paint and I can draw it out because I remember. I remember the point. I don't remember any words describing it. We're basically...
People always bicker about which language is better, but the true universal language is MS Paint.
That is true. That is true. So, like, when you have... Shit,
the confidence competence graph, right? Yeah, that's the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yes, that is the Dunning-Kruger. And the problem is that I would say around the first peak, which is a problem because that's a really shitty place to ask questions. The best place to ask questions when you're falling down the peak. That's when you can go off. In mathematics, I am around the top.
You're never around the top. You're always at the top in some areas, and you're maybe further along in others, and maybe less further along in others. That's why you never stop feeling like a dumbass.
It's basically was the rotation on a disk. Hi, the Black Thunder. Rotation on a disk, and if you don't have a hole in the middle, then you can like transform. I don't remember the right words, but transform the disk into the
word is homotopy.
Homotopy,
which is very fitting. Happy Pride Month, everyone.
Yeah, I was
just gonna say the same thing.
I was actually I pissed at mathematicians because I don't. It's a me problem, but I am still annoyed because I don't ever remember what's the difference between homotopy, homology, I don't know, homo sapien or homosexual. I'm losing track.
You could also, if you want another word to be confused, there's isotopy.
I also remember that
which is like homotopy, but like better.
Huh?
Did you all know that the Dunning-Kruger effect isn't really this graph? Yeah, but I said the Dunning-Kruger effect graph and Reblax immediately understood what I meant. So, like, you know, conversation achieved.
What field of math even is this? Algebraic topology, I guess. Low-level algebraic topology.
It's terrifying sounding. To someone who doesn't really do much mathematics, that's a terrifying sounding name. Algebraic topology.
Yeah.
I think I'm at Mount Stupid for physics. Depends. Basically, the way I always recognize around the peak is precisely by the ability to ask questions. In chemistry, I can ask good questions. That's how I know I'm past the peak. Once you can
Did you say
answer
Mount Peak?
Yes. No, did I say Mount Peak? Yeah, I guess I said Mount Peak.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
that's when you have the.
As soon as I heard that.
Yeah, that's when you have the
peak
Mount
of
Peak.
Mount Stupid.
Yes, that's the Mount Peak.
Okay.
It carries over, doesn't it? I always thought so. Like, for example, you know, Mount Everest is the peak of Mount Ever. Like, it's common knowledge.
I hate that works.
English is not.
You should put Minecraft on the wheel as punishment.
Sure not again.
Second time.
Not again. Hold on, because I suppose we're streaming at a slightly different time zone, so people who were at that stream here might have not seen it. I just want to show it quickly. I won't do actually anything. You want to see my first ever redstone contraption? Revlax, because I'm pretty certain you weren't here.
Contraption is a strong word.
I haven't seen it, but I would like to, yeah.
Want to see my first ever redstone contraption? This is no joke. I've never made a redstone contraption before, like a piston door, nothing. This is my first ever redstone contraption. Would you like to see it?
Sure.
Yeah, it was my first time ever. I think it's pretty great, honestly. I personally think it's really good. It was my first ever. The name is. I really hope it didn't corrupt anything.
A simple door.
Damn it! Shit! It broke. No.
I was gonna say I could just dig it up from the last stream, or just go watch the last stream because it's well worth it.
Don't worry, I have.
Break?
You don't remember? Well, it's because I remember what it looked like when it wasn't broken. Okay, so here's the.
What was it like?
Here's the unbroken. Here's the broken contraption, right? Here's my first ever redstone contraption. Let me just put it on full screen so we can truly appreciate it.
Oh.
What do you think? What do you think, Roblox? That was without commands, by the way. That was just redstone.
That's definitely a doodad.
I think it's more of a
thingamabob even.
Yeah, I think a doohickey at some point.
Oh yeah, doohickey.
I'm not that freaky.
I don't know what is my favorite. I mean, honestly, okay, the double piston, that's a bit of a cheap one. The piston head in a minecart, I like that one a lot. That one was great. The piston that's actively extended, connected to nothing, extending a piston. By the way, this piston at the bottom is powered by this piston. Just in case you're curious. By this piston. I guess this isn't a piston. I guess this is a ton then. But then...
What do you mean powered?
Yeah, this one right here is powered by this one.
There's nothing under it.
Yeah,
power.
No.
Yeah,
this one is in fact powered by this at the top.
But the piston heads don't emit power. What
this one does. This one does actually.
Go over to the other one. Go over to the fixed picture, right?
Yeah,
That's what everything turned into. That's why everything's broken.
This was actually redstone block. I mean, you know, it was. I turned it into a piston head, and then this is possibly my favorite because I mean, it's just a piston head. The redstone block isn't actually emitting redstone signal. So, the Red Blacks, what would you give?
God.
What would you rate my first ever redstone contraption?
It's fucking disgusting.
I think it's beautiful. It's great.
It is beautiful, right?
No, this is from the server. This is also great. I think this is also pretty neat. Because that was, yeah, I was thinking about how to frame it best, honestly, this right here. And then I eventually decided that a piston extending, oh yeah, because this piston is powered actually by this piston head, which is transmitting the signal from the redstone block. Is this possible in survival? You know what's funny? It is.
Kind of.
It is.
It kind of. You have to be quick about it, which means you can't. You have to be quick, and you have to have 2 hands to do it, apparently. So you'd have to have
I was thinking
in the offhand.
Actually, you don't.
I can do it when I'm watching you make this stream. Noted.
Actually, you don't need to be quick for it. You can just. There's a way. A SciCraft server. Are you all familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the SciCraft server, they achieve something that's basically effectively can achieve the same thing as this right here. And basically all you need to do is just give Minecraft so many updates all at the same time that Minecraft just forgets about the one specific update you don't care for, which in this case would be it remembering that the piston head is supposed to be attached to a piston, I suppose.
You're giving Minecraft burnout. You're laughing. You burnt Minecraft out and you're laughing.
You aren't wrong, but I don't like it anyway.
But I love the fact that this is my first ever redstone contraption. I was supposed to build a piston though, by the way, but I got a bit distracted.
That's extremely make it. Like making a simple door and accidentally breaking the rules of reality is very make it.
It started as a simple door, but what's especially funny is that the first one ever that broke, actually, Black Thunder was telling me something about basically how I'm ruining a redstone contraption, because I really was active at the time, and then right as he said it, the back of the piston just disappeared and only the head was left. And I'm like, well, okay, you're not wrong. I'm just so upset that this minecart stayed here, because if it didn't, then I could actually ride minecart along this piston. Whatever. And I'm not chucking in Minecraft this time. No.
Okay, do Terraria.
Let me think.
Sure, you'll find a way to destroy that too.
Okay, satisfactory.
Research. Oh, I do need to research MOSFETs. That's important.
Also, speaking of red, I'm finally filling my transmission. I sent a picture of how I'm doing it. Gravity is so fun.
For you, and oxygen not included.
Oxygen.
I mean, oxidation. No. Oxygen not included. That's the same thing, right?
That's tempting. But you do I actually do like oxygen not included. That's my favorite game about favorite colony builder. Make it. Try an RPG ones like Hollow Knight. Look at femboys.
Grenade.
Look at femboys on Google should be an option. That's happening in the background.
I think you should play Zach likes. You would probably enjoy them.
I keep trying to get him to play Zach like, but he's
I've also tried before.
staunchly against it.
He's scared.
I like the fanboys option.
Yeah.
By the way, a lot of people like my most recent video about programming languages. It's almost as if I start talking about something I actually know about, I can actually explain it properly. It's crazy.
I like how you sounded smart in this one.
Yeah, it's almost as if for the first time ever, I knew what I was talking about. It felt good to. I mean, I really want to make the battery video because 4 computer science videos in a row, that's already too much.
I mean, hey, batteries can't be that hard, right? It's just lemon juice, pennies, and nickels.
I don't think this will be actually that bad. I think I might explain oxidation states in a way that will actually explain it really well. I might, because oxidation states, I don't know how about you all, but the way I've always been introduced to oxidation states, which is like a bunch of rules for remembering what goes where. Like, oh, oxygen can have either this state, or zinc usually has this state, these kinds of rules. I don't know if it's been the same for you.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and
I was never told why the states were there
exactly.
The way they were, but also I never asked.
Yeah, exactly. And it pissed me off greatly, because it was so unbelievably annoying. However, I made a folder for all of my papers, and one of these papers is the definition for No, oh no, this paper is the future of European competitiveness. That's not the right one. No, this is a simple sabotage field manual. That's not the right one either. This one is a review of manganese.
Washington. Oh yeah, that's safe.
This one is a review of manganese-free oxyhydroxides used in advanced oxidation process. That's not this one either. Hold on. I need to find the right paper, the one I'm talking about. Give me a second. Shouldn't take too long.
Actual papers were like the words make sense scare me.
Oh yeah, of course.
I like how the papers like just has like a watermark that says molecules, like yeah, chemistry, etc.
But I've dug up this on one of the streams, which is actual definition in quotes of oxidation states, what they actually are. And so I can just make a video of this. And in this case, what you get is you get 2 different algorithms that can always tell you what an oxidation state is for a given molecule. Not like rules that are usually true or sometimes true. You get 2 specific and exact algorithms. Now, obviously, you might ask the very reasonable question, why is there 2 of them? Which is, the more you think about it, the more horrifying it gets. The fact that you have 2 different algorithms for figuring out an oxidation state of something. But the point is that this paper right here has an actual explanation. It was mostly because of Theo that I went on this rabbit hole even. So I think that could be pretty neat as a video. What is next? No, I shouldn't play oxygen not included because that's not gonna end well. It's gonna land on it immediately.
Did Minecraft end well?
No, not really.
He played it. That was bad. That was the bad ending. I said add it as a joke, and it landed on it first try.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Probability not included.
Oh, there's another one. I can actually design a PCB.
I love how you're putting all these productive ideas, but it's still not aligned on fucking Terraria.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I shouldn't. I know. You know what? Fine. Play oxygen not included. I'm gonna trust you, Reblax, that it won't land on this when I spin the wheel. No, it won't.
Don't worry, make it. If it lands on this, I have a plan.
No, don't worry, it's not gonna. There we go. It landed on researching MOSFETs. Thrilling topic. Honestly, really thrilling topic. Yeah, listen, one was funny enough.
By everyone else here.
One is funny enough, but if I keep doing it again, then that just ruins the funny aspect. I am drinking coffee, by the way, that's been on my desk for I don't know how long. I've lost track. It could be, I could have made it yesterday, or it could have been 2 days ago. I think I made it yesterday.
If you've made it wrong enough, it'll keep forever. I knew a guy Okay, I knew a guy in high school who had a stainless steel thermos filled with coffee that he made every morning, right? The bottom rusted out day 3 bringing it in.
Oh my goodness.
Because it was that acidic.
Oh my goodness.
Like, he picked it up and it snapped.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I once went out to buy some rice, and okay, in my bag, I have a Make It bag that's been with me for I don't know how long. It's survived so much abuse. I didn't actually make it, however, it did snap at one point, and I needed the bag, like the straps. The strap is the singular one. It snapped. It snapped off, and I really needed to go out somewhere with the bag. I was eating groceries, something like that. And so I was like, no, I need the bag. So I grabbed a USB cable and I basically tied it together with a USB cable. And that USB cable is still there after a year or 2 years. This bag has survived everything. And at one point I went out to buy some rice. My tiny bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid spilled inside. And ever since then, and what's funny is that I have another tiny bottle there with magnesium. And like the cork of the bottle is just, it looks like a marshmallow basically. Because it just got eaten up by the sulfuric acid. Or was it PCB?
Why did you have your sulfuric acid with you to buy rice?
I'm glad you didn't ask me about the magnesium. You know, you never know when you need it. Listen, what if I went out and all of a sudden I got, I don't know, kidnapped and they would put me in, and they were like, hey man, we're not gonna let you go unless you give us something highly acidic. And I was like, hey, how convenient, I just happen to have this bottle of sulfuric acid.
I have a better solution. Throw it at them before they kidnap you.
Oh, I didn't think of that actually.
Oh my god!
That actually, yeah, that seems, you know, that seems like a much better idea when I think about it.
Dude.
Can you imagine?
Survival instincts of this guy are too first world.
Can you imagine if I had like
training will get me out of this situation.
Can you imagine if I had like a spray bottle with concentrated sulfuric acid as a weapon?
That's called pepper spray.
That's no.
Pepper spray is way more temporary.
Yeah, pepper spray doesn't work on inanimate objects usually.
Exactly. What if I need to escape from?
Don't mind burn your face away usually.
Me feeling what if nitric acid for self-defense?
Yeah. What if you get mugged by robots?
Exactly.
And, you know.
Yeah.
If I get mugged by robots, I'm in the wrong part of town.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you robotic? No wait, robotists. Fuck, that's an annoying conversion. Robotists? Jeez, that doesn't sound right. Oh, what do you think? No, that sounds like fantastic, honestly. Oh, that's just straight up robotistic. That sounds like something a wacky British character would say in a movie.
Look at my PFP and tell me I'm not robotistic.
I think we're all robotistic. We're all just
truly literally making a doodad.
Yeah, my cat is having children.
Well,
I mean,
have you seen the beginning of Robots from 2007, 8? I don't remember which it is.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Sorry, honey, you missed the delivery. Making the baby is the fun part.
We're all robotesticles. I follow the robotistic spectrum. Be patient. I have robotism.
If we keep going like this, we're just gonna end up with a pigeon. We invent enough words. This is linguistics.
I thought you meant the bird for a second.
Yeah, me too, and I got greatly confused.
No, it took me a second to, like, pigeon as in PIDGIN, but...
Yes.
Yeah, it took me a second. Oh my gosh, is that loss?
Fuck off. Fuck off. Just fuck off. Don't ruin this for me. Don't. Oh my, honestly. There we go.
Sees a picture that's mostly square lines. Oh my gosh, I recognize this.
Is this sync?
We are your moral support, whether you like it or not.
We're your immoral support.
No, actually, that's why the sulfuric acid was there. It's emotional support sulfuric acid.
Exactly. No, I genuinely, if I'm gonna build robots and if they will function, I am gonna talk to them. I will do it. I will give them consciousness, just that they have to suffer with me.
You could just paint a volleyball like that other guy.
Yeah, that's probably cheaper.
The Wilson. No, I feel like I like the idea of M, just giving consciousness to a machine. I feel like that would end well,
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm more like Johnny 5. Please tell me I'm not the only one that gets that reference.
That is such an American name. I don't know this.
Johnny 5, what happened to the first 4?
By the way, have you ever heard about the loss system? The law,
system?
not the law system. The law, as in law-abiding citizens.
Yes.
Law and order. The law system. It was made by John Law. It's like there's this guy. His name is like.
Oh, that's what it is.
John Law.
That's the movie.
John Law invented the law system.
Is that like an actual John?
That is an actual John.
This is the that's the premise of the movie.
Oh, what's the premise of the movie?
Look at the poster.
Oh my goodness. That movie looks. It
old.
looks. It certainly looks.
It is old.
It does. Yeah, it looks
good movie,
old.
Though. Very good movie.
Oh,
Highly recommend.
Movies usually tend to be.
Okay, I'll keep it in mind.
Make it giving consciousness to every robot, even though it's not needed. Is like
that's how
what they do at That's what they do at Aperture Science, though. Like
oh my god, yeah.
The panels are conscious.
Feel pain. They can't express it.
I'm pretty certain that was a premise.
I don't remember where, but in Portal 2, at some point there are like 2 panels who are like very angry about not being able to do their panel job visibly.
Oh, hold on. There's this one thing that was hilarious. And basically was like there was this company that makes. They make a great thing. Basically, they make a chip with a camera that has an integrated AI in it. So you basically have a chip that's really tiny that can do visual processing on the fly. So it can like.
Plays in 10 years.
No, but it is genuinely impressive. I really do mean it. It is impressive, and I think that's a pretty good use of AI in comparison to what other people are doing, making like a really small integrated chip. But what I find hilarious is that their logo is just Aperture Science logo. Oh, what was their name? Hold on. And like, you cannot work with optical processing using AI and have your logo. Hold on.
Cave
AI.
Johnson here with the new chip that does stuff.
What was the name?
Cave Johnson here. Cave Johnson queer. Get used to it.
Tiny
camera. Tomato sauce. You're in the call. Just ask.
Damn it! What was the name? What was the name of it? It started with an O. I remember because of their name. That's the part that they turned into the Aperture Science. I can find
Actually,
it.
the wheel landed on the secret 7 option.
I'm getting distracted.
Find IRL Aperture Science.
Yeah. No. You're right. I need to get this. I remember enough about. Oh, actually, there's a lot of background for this. Shit. Nah, whatever. I'll get to this later on. There's like a really neat way I can visualize how electricity is. How basically electricity is treated in engineering, where basically you have. I'm struggling to explain what this graph means, basically. but I just realized that this would be kind of necessary background in order for me to explain how a MOSFET works, or any kind of transistor.
Basically explain it acidly.
Don't do it to me. Basically,
anything special for stream 850? Well, we're 2 past that.
All right, so like if you imagine a wire like on a graph like this, where this is energy and this is the amount of electrons that can fit onto a certain band, then basically what a conductor looks like is something like this, where all of these are filled in up to this point right here. And then if you add extra electrons to the wire, they just hop onto these bands. And a lot of them can fit because it's like a big hump, right? So this is what a conductor looks like. And then if you have an insulator, it would just look like this, because you always have these humps. The only difference is that it would look more like this, because you would have a lot of electrons. But if you want to chuck in even more electrons at the insulator, they can only hop on these bands, which don't have all that much space. And basically, the EV, I forgot what their names are because they were idiotic. Fermi level, there we go, Fermi level. And basically Fermi level tells you where you are on the wave in relation to where the electrons lie. And that's a really convenient way, because this is like for a static one, but in reality, this would have to be a 3-dimensional graph where the third dimension would represent change over time, because you can have certain components that change over time or change based on direction. And the reason why it's important is because you can conduct electricity with free electrons or with holes. So free electrons would mean that you're just adding more electrons in, basically, on the top band, and holes would mean that you are taking the electrons out, like this. And effectively in a wire, there isn't really much of effective difference between moving holes or moving electrons. However, when you have something like a diode, then what a diode effectively is you have 2 semiconductors, and what are semiconductors, right? So semiconductors are just
only
especially
conduct sometimes.
Well, semiconductors, in this case, I mean, yeah, they do only conduct sometimes, but the important bit here is that p-type, you have p-type and n-type, so positive and negative.
Oh, yeah.
And basically, semiconductors on their own, so silicon, is a resistor, so it's this kind. However, if you dope it, then you can think of it as either adding enough electrons to move to this band, or that would be n-type, because more electrons means more negative. I could be wrong on this, because negative and positive fucking sucks in chemistry, but close enough. And then you also have the p-type, which means you're removing electrons until you reach the hump. And so that's effectively the difference. Yeah.
I think both of those graphs show the p-type.
And I know this because of fucking Zach Likes. I let Zach Barth accidentally teach me chemistry. Whoa. Anyways, yeah, my kids, did you know there's like some game on Steam where you can do like circuits, but like directly with the silicon, and you're supposed to make like logic gates and shit out of it. It's pretty fun. You could do a computer science video
on Steam, by the way, completely unrelated, of course.
I don't want to spend 700 hours making circuits in a video game.
So you're gonna do it for YouTube, I guess?
But I can do it in real life for YouTube. Listen.
But that costs more money.
I mean, yeah, but then you get a robot at the end of the day. I would say that's a pretty fair exchange.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I suppose we...
I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying I have to think about it more.
You and I make circuits in real life, and then I play video games, and I also make circuits to relax.
Yeah, I mean, Black Thunder resting after a hard day of working on his engine just to make engines in a video game.
You joke, but that does happen.
I am not joking. I know. I've seen your car, and I've seen the amount of time you spend on those games in your Steam library. And when I say those games, I mean games where you just build a mechanical factory about just moving balls around.
Let's see. What's another
which game?
one? There's a lot of them. Okay, so the one he's talking about is Opus Magnum. You've already heard that one.
Oh, yeah. But
the
it's
one
very
I'm
good.
thinking of is Wrench, which is literally just put a car together. And then there's also this one I stopped playing because it's not as good, trademark. Where is it?
Oh my god, EPL. Alright, Stump, good night.
Car Mechanic Simulator 2015, which someone gave to me. And that one I have 284 hours on.
Yeah, usually I cool off from my real life activities by playing like Team Fortress 2 or whatever. No, actually, like.
To be fair, when I was playing that game, I did not have my car.
I mean, I don't intend on getting a car.
By the way,
I think less of you now.
By the way, about that project car thing, I may have looked into it a bit, and here's the thing.
Oh, goody.
You have to understand that my idea for what I would do is a lot different than yours, Black Thunder, unfortunately. So
okay, that's fine.
If I'm gonna buy a car, I'm gonna buy a really shitty one, and then I'm gonna work on it, like a really shitty one.
Mine was shitty, but not because I wanted it to be shitty.
No. I would like mine to be shitty. And what's funny is I can totally buy a car for like $1,000. That's like
because you live. That's because you live in a country that lets you buy something for $1,000.
And what I find interesting is that this is actually really like I've looked a bit or heard also from other places.
What are you looking at currently for cars?
Well, okay. To be fair, they were all just small like city cars. I'm not.
No, that's fine. I'm just asking.
I'm not gonna give you specific models because the way I did that is I went to something that's similar to Facebook Marketplace and I just looked at a bunch. So it's not like for a specific model. It's just that cars that I would feel comfortable working on are already in that price range, which is a very comfortable price range for me.
Okay, so like Fiat 500s, Toyota
stuff
Yaris,
like
that
that.
Kind of thing.
Yeah. Actually, there was a Fiat there. Funny enough, it was one of them. The really old one.
So I figured I'd start naming them.
Yeah, there was the really old Fiat.
I will say, stay away from German brands because they're overcomplicated at every stage.
All right.
So, like, fair warning, unless you're going to do, like, a whole drivetrain swap on them and you're going to rip out all the wiring and do it yourself, stay away from German cars. They're just going to make you frustrated.
That's not something I'm going to do right now because first I would need a place to work on the car, and, you know.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, in the future. You're not a mechanic, don't buy a Mercedes. They're like Toyotas, except for you get to buy a new one to fix it. They run great until they don't, in which case they fail catastrophically.
I just think it's funny because I'm thinking about theoretic. I have a lot of plans for like distant futures, and that's one of them. But I still think it's funny that I'm just now moving from a studio apartment to like an extended studio apartment, and I think about buying a car. Where the fuck am I gonna keep it? I'm like,
I'm in the studio apartment.
In the studio apartment, that's a maybe.
I mean, yeah, pull it
a
apart.
Centerpiece.
You're gonna build it anyway. It's gotta come apart. Do not take advice from me. I have car parts in my room.
I mean,
I also have bike parts in my room.
I so badly the masculine urge to just buy like a piece of land in the middle of shithole nowhere just to go there and like work
just
on.
Live.
But just to go there and like build different mechanical components to give them consciousness. Just so that
become the artificer in the woods.
Yeah, just so that in the future, after the apocalypse inevitably happens, some survivors will find it, and then like a whole plot line of a Black Mirror episode will play out with them trying to survive in a bunker filled to the brim with objects that for some reason have consciousness and are filled with nothing but hate.
If you do that in Michigan, you're making a Portal Fun game.
No, you know what?
I'm
gonna.
1-3.
We're not gonna do the wheel actually because I need to strategize better. This is pointless.
Wheel?
I am going to research that later. But for now, I'm gonna. God keeps sending me signs. Lightning dashes to red to represent ignition.
I am saying it can be trusted.
I'm just gonna be scripting this in the background because researching MOSFET and talking is difficult, but writing a script and talking, that's something I can manage. So
Did you see my Superchank ATF filling setup?
I don't think so.
It's literally half of a milk jug, some tube hot glued into the cap, and then like a gravity feed siphon leading into the transmission. Because I have to fill it from the bottom. It is a jug of red sitting in my engine bay.
A jug of health. Good.
Yeah, no, it is. I need to put 1.5 gallons. Oh, hold on. 2 liters? Yeah, about 5 3/4 of a liter. 5 3/4 liters? I don't know. Anyway, I need to put in like almost 6 liters of ATF. And this is slow. Yeah, I took that picture like an hour ago now. It has now dropped to like the fluid level in the jug has dropped to, can I have the blue pen? Okay. It's dropped to about here.
I'm sorry, isn't oh no. Okay, I've just been trolled by Made It. Never mind. For a second I thought that Makita kits, they just call them Makit, as in a Makita kit, you know? But I think I've just been trolled. Never mind.
Also, you were talking about a bag that ripped. Make it leatherworking stream when?
Oh, that's not leather. Who do you think I am? French, just fucking bourgeoisie? No, I have it out of the
leather, famously not considered fancy for the better part of human history.
No, my bag is made of some plastic shitty thing, some plastic material.
Yeah. Leather started being considered fancy when plastic started existing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because our standards have dropped like a rock.
I don't think. You know what? I don't think so. Actually, I don't think our standards
have dropped.
No, it's just that I really don't think our standards dropped. I think we just didn't appreciate the standards that were before. So, for example, we know shoes. Our standards for shoes haven't dropped. It's just that before they've been manufactured mass scale, shoes were a luxury. Well, not a luxury. On the they were a necessary thing.
They're supposed to last.
Yeah, you would have a pair of shoes. So I mean,
to be fair, I do have a pair of shoes. It's steel-toed boots. I've been wearing them for 8 years straight now.
I have a single pair of shoes that I've been wearing for 3 or 4 years, actually. But it is my only pair of shoes, and I mean only.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I also have Crocs for walking around the house. That's also a pair, I suppose.
Oh God.
Yeah, for walking around the house. When you what am I supposed to? What am I supposed to walk barefoot?
Go barefoot. Yeah, it's actually better for your arches.
Gross.
What do you mean gross? If your feet are clean, it's not gross.
But still, just.
It's your house. Why don't you want to walk on your floor in your house?
This says lots about your cleaning habits.
I am.
Yeah.
I am renting this place. It's not my house.
Oh, so you don't have to clean it? Is that what's going on?
No, I do clean it.
Do you have a
Then
maid
why-
to clean it?
No.
Do you have a maid kit?
I don't have maid kit, no.
Maid kit when?
Made it kid.
Maybe the next dude you should make is a Roomba.
Can you all get off my fucking back with my floors? My goodness. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just out of the blue. You walk into my house, insult my floors.
We walk into your house barefoot, by the way.
Yeah.
Gross.
What do you mean
Room
gross?
bit when?
You mean tell me you don't shower in socks? That's disgusting.
You sound like you do.
No, because if you
Hey,
have
Nikki, do you actually shower in socks?
you're actually are you actually asking me that
It's
question?
you, of course I'm actually asking.
No, I do not shower in socks. But you need the socks on because
Prove it.
otherwise it's
Send a
gay.
pic of you in the shower to confirm.
Send a picture of your feet.
With and without socks.
I'm sleepy. Well, go sleep, Lycan. Hold on, oxidation state. This would be pretty funny.
What's so great about oxidation states? Is oxygen used?
Sometimes.
You won't believe it.
What do you mean sometimes?
you can actually have an oxidation reaction without oxygen.
What else
do you mean?
oxidizes?
I think chlorine.
Stizers.
I think chlorine is actually pretty good at oxidizing as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah, isn't
Well,
it?
would that not be
Why?
chlorinated, not oxidized?
Actually, no, because the reason why
Fluoridized?
the reason why is the most chemistry core reason, in my opinion. Basically, a while back ago, when they were discovering oxidation, all they could see that would oxidize was oxygen. So that's basically burning.
So it's an alchemy thing.
But later
Oh
on, we
my
realized
God.
that oxidation doesn't actually have to do with oxygen, only it has to do with. It doesn't have to do with the electron configuration of oxygen, only it has to do with like just a specific configuration of electrons, just a specific circumstance that isn't actually unique to oxygen. So you can oxidize without oxygen.
Can you oxidize with anything?
Depends on how broadly you define everything or anything. Okay, so basically fire, that's oxidation. And so that's why
My
almost
boss oxidized me today.
that's why almost all fire needs oxygen in order to like burn, but not actually every single kind of fire needs it. So almost every single kind, but not every single kind. If you have a fire, okay, I could be wrong a bit here, I'm not a chemist, but if you have a fire that is burning without oxygen, that's basically oxidation without oxygen. I just found out the main oil in looks like a little Elias mouse or something. Looking up how root beer is made. Lycan.
I mean, root beer is far more tame than meth.
Yeah, and what's also idiotic is that reduction.
What was that jet engine, that rocket engine that used like a fluorine thing? Like it used fluorine and like two other chemicals and it basically ate itself alive.
Gone
Like
engine.
the very flammable thing that can burn concrete, like, you mean?
Yeah.
It's
What was-
chlorine
what was-
trifluoride, I think.
That's
name
what
of
it
the
was. Thank you.
chemical.
Okay, yeah.
What that
So
salt would taste like.
So oxidation can happen without oxygen, and the reduction is the increase in electrons. So like, I mean, not the increase, only in reduction you gain electrons because you reduce the oxidation state. You don't actually reduce the electron count. So what's being reduced is the oxidation state, which is just like an imaginary property we gave to atoms, was at the same time, that's the actual thing that's reducing in a reduction reaction. I just had to look it up just to make sure that I wasn't lying here, but yeah. And that's just so funny. Why is the oxidation not called deoxidation, but reduction? That's because reduction is the much more reasonable name. Reduction is the reasonable name. Oxidation is the silly one.
Why isn't oxidation called augmentation? Like, if it's the opposite of reduction.
Augmentation, that's a banger name.
Augmentation is actually something in math, but if I elaborate, you're gonna get scared. Actually, like when you learn about what an augmented chain complex is, it feels like an extremely bullshit thing. It's actually useful sometimes. Okay, honestly, it's kind of bullshit, but it's fine.
So, what I'm learning is you could make a rust cannon by filling tiny glass beads with fluorine gas and then loading shotgun rounds with it. And then the glass beads shatter, and now it sprays it with chlorine.
I feel like that's something they would... Like, if you have these kinds of ideas, I think they automatically give you an American citizenship.
Fun fact, I was born here.
Yeah.
This whole nature versus nurture thing, I don't know. War Crimes McGee back at it again with another shotgun round.
Defining oxidation states, let's see. Oh yeah, and these are the bullshit rules. That's great.
This feels like they were explaining it to a genie to make it work.
These rules are so annoying because most of them... Okay, there we go. If any of its compounds... For any element in any of its allotropic forms, the oxidation state of its atoms is 0. If in any of its compounds, the oxidation state of an oxygen atom is 2-, except in compounds that contain an oxygen-oxygen bond, where the oxidation state of oxygen is -1. The accepted compounds are named peroxides, examples being sodium peroxide and hydrogen peroxide. If any of the compounds, in any of its compounds, the oxidation state of hydrogen atom is +1. Except in compounds that contain metal-hydrogen bond, where the oxidation state of hydrogen is 1-. It's so annoying.
This just feels like the rules set for any European game. I'm just waiting for the victory points to show up.
Oh, my favorite, the games, like... Oh, I remember I used to play one, there was like a game about trains that had
Ticket to Ride?
That had like 4 or 5 long rules, 5 pages long rule book, which honestly the trains felt like they just added on top. They were so unrelated, so unnecessary to anything. They just needed a plausible narrative for the bullshit rules they made up. Does anyone miss Batman?
Batman?
No, no, what have you done? What have you done? No!
Nice haircut! Did you get it?
This one? Did it look like this?
It was similar, but it was way more... It was way less colorful. Yeah, but I suppose the premise would have been probably pretty similar. I have no idea. I never bothered to actually read through the rules. I don't remember the rules. The molecules of oxygen are very obvious, though it's generally pretty safe to assume for oxygen and hydrogen. But still, the except kills me. I don't like it. I come from the land of physics. I don't like to have except in my rules. I get why. I understand.
So that's why you ignore all the hypotheses to the theorems, so they hold better.
So just reword the rules so that there are no excepts and it's just the general case is under the specific case. It's like, here's all your specific cases.
You want to reward them? Alright, try this one. In any of their compounds, the oxidation states of alkali metal atoms, lithium, sodium, potassium, rubidium, so on and so forth, are +1. There are exceptional cases, but we do not consider them. How would you reward that, huh?
I mean, they just said you do not consider the exceptional cases, so they don't exist. It's fine.
Ignore them for now. So just ignore them for now. Done. Anyway, I was going to read the one below it where in compounds that contain a halogen-oxygen bond, hold on, what would the exception be in that? Like, in any of their compounds, the oxidation states of halogen atoms are -1, except in compounds that can... So then what are they? Is it just case by case? This is terrible. Never mind. Throw out the entire field. It's garbage.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm
honestly, I get it, because like there's a section in a book I'm reading where they're like, yeah, so like there's this property, it's important, but honestly, don't worry about it. It's always true.
We have closed Pandora's box. Please do not open.
Was that a joke in relation to the fact that I blacked out?
No, I don't think you blacked out.
What?
Did I not black out?
That's curious. I've never seen anyone call Reblox a Reblox. Every fundamental force can be explained by elementary particles except gravitation. Does math have any exceptions in it?
Speaking of only works if you believe, if there is an all-powerful deity, does he have to follow the laws of logic?
I don't like meta reasoning because for that kind of specific reason, like you're trying to make a logical statement about if logic is applicable.
No, well, kinda.
Yeah, that's paradoxical. It's like trying to figure out if science always works. Well, I mean,
it works as much as we need it to, and that's all we needed to do.
You cannot make findings on the validity of an axiom once you based on that axiom being established, unless you find something that disproves the axiom on its own. You cannot prove the axiom based on an axiom. You can only like disprove it.
Yeah, basically the point is that we are smart at God.
You essentially have a lemma. Basically says generally these states for O and H. The atoms you do cover these exceptions. You do get +1 in hydrides by going that way, but usually you don't encounter a hydride that often. So hold on. Okay, so +1. Wait, so so this is covered. So hold on. So this is a rule unless it collides with other rules and then the other rules carry. So like this rule is applicable if none of the other rules apply. I still don't like it. It's personal. It's just personal.
You always make things personal. Like, for instance, when you talk about moles.
Yeah, it is always personal.
Man, they suck. keep destroying my lawn.
All conversation instantly dies as I begin typing. What's going on?
I was reading something else. I can't repeat it.
I wanna dump info into the chat about things I like researching, but this time it's illegal and I don't wanna lose my account. Don't say that! You're on a public...
You said it's illegal.
That's already not good. If I had a nickel for every single time I had to explain to someone to not mention illegal things they've done on a public live stream, I don't even know how many nickels I had. At least 5.
Look, there are 2 rules. No, 3. If you're gonna do a crime, don't do crime. If you're gonna do a crime, don't record it. If you're gonna record it, don't post it.
Yeah. Exactly. 3 unbreakable rules.
Yeah.
2 of which have the prerequisite of if you've broken the last one.
Exactly. Listen, we all here, I'm certain, are law-abiding citizens, and we would never break. I personally hate breaking the law. Oh my goodness. Whenever someone's around me is like, hey, make it, let's break the law. I'm like, no, not cool. That's
I don't
not
even like that song.
That's not the cool thing to do. I love how your script is asking and answering one question after another. Yeah, in this case, I'm trying to... Most of my script doesn't work without the graphical aspect of it. And in this case, and most of the time, I don't note down what I want the graphics to be because I just have it in my head, so... There are niche cases where alkali metals don't have a +1, but you know, alkali metals, metal onions or some funky usually don't account in your life. Simplified rule of thumb is assume +1 for alkalis. That's why, as I mentioned, I understand why these rules exist. It just, I don't like them.
Make it would be the kind of guy to like edit the Friendstrom Wikipedia page and like just add like at the beginning, Friendstrom is a stupid element.
It's what makes it especially funny. Oh my goodness, is there nothing in science called stupid? Because like there are good quantum numbers, and the reason why I specifically remember that is because of how hilarious it was when I first read about it in a textbook. When I was like reading, oh, and this thing by the way has good quantum numbers, and I was like, what the fuck? What do you mean by good quantum? Are there bad quantum numbers? I'm sorry, is there quantum number hell? Are there quantum number sins? Were they created by the quantum number god? I'm sorry, quantum numbers have ethics? Is there a gray area for the quantum numbers? Can something be a bad quantum number sometimes, but a good quantum number all the times? At what point do you get to quantum number hell?
Quantum works.
I just think it's funny they called it good quantum numbers. And the textbook like
there's
dropped
a lot
it
of things
without...
that we call good in math, but it's not a defined term.
In that case, it was funny because the textbook didn't actually didn't actually do any background on good quantum numbers. It just used the term good quantum number at one point. Confused me greatly.
Let's see. There's a homomorphism that's called the transgression in topology. You like it when the transgression is 0, basically. You like when your bundles are law-abiding citizens.
Good bundles.
Let's see. In math, we call a lot of things naive. Like when you're faced with a problem, usually you will have a way of doing it, and if it's the simplest way and has some problems that you don't foresee because you've just like started looking at the problem 10 minutes ago, this is usually called the naive way, because obviously you have to be a fucking idiot to that it is gonna cause problems down the line in 500 theorems.
Whoops. Wrong one. I meant Control K. There we go. With this, these led to oxidation state formalism. The absolute values of oxidation states are substantially larger than absolute values of the partial charges. However, there is no simple quantitative relationship between oxidation state and the actual distribution of electrons in real chemical moieties. It is a serious mistake to think that our accounting set provides a quantitative description of actual electron densities. Right, good. It's good. It's good. Okay. And definitely this. All right, there we go. Basic idea is simple. The rules for assigning oxidation states grow out of the primitive and quantitatively incorrect. Damn, this textbook is dishing it out. My goodness. Keep spitting, King. Just damn. Usually require 2 electrons, hydrogen atom, usually use 1 electron for major compounds and molecules. Derived from the need to recognize some exceptional cases and applying the basic idea. The rules of oxidation state formalism are these. Alright, so. How does one understand so much? That's simple. I forget about how much I forgotten. And I think I remember. You have the custom case model that helps estimating the reaction process. Should an element behave? The bond. This one I would like with a bold actually, because it's kind of important. That's because this is the first explanation, and then the second explanation I'll actually do based on the IUPAC PDF. Have you watched of that guy who made a Make It Exposed video? Someone made a Make It Exposed video? Huh.
Oh no.
What did they expose?
It better not be schizorumblings. As half of the exposed videos.
It's a Make It Exposed video. Of course it's gonna be schizorumblings. I'm just curious about what? They found the Walter White equipment. Exposed you to
Make it. We need to cook.
Jesse! I would like to mention that my printer's first name is still Jesse, second name is Perry. And so I do occasionally find myself just yelling like, Jesse, we need to print, Jesse! Yo, make it! It's Pride Month, bitch! Jesse, we need to print in rainbow, Jesse! It's so funny, actually. Picking a basic shape and then just replacing all the straight lines with curves in the name of Pride Month. Flame sent me these letters like, hold on, where is it? There it is. All right. This tell you how should an element behave in a bond. So basically, hold on. Yeah, I need this right here, and then I need oxidation state. Make it gets exposed for making gay meth.
See, I heard all this talk about alkali metals, and it just reminded me of this song that you have to drop everything and listen to right now. By the way,
I'm on stream. I'm on stream right now.
Yes, that was sarcasm.
Relax, liberal. It's got dark humor.
Is he Batman? I cannot with your reflex. You're not a good influence on my brain.
Anything but that.
Am I a good influence on anybody's brain?
Like
probably not, right?
Like, you're not a bad influence on me, but on my brain specifically, you're a really bad influence.
Yeah.
We're basically.
Are you saying? Are you saying I'm giving you brain trauma?
Fuck off!
No.
I've gotta hold on to this brain trauma. Now just go on the shape of this bruise all I have left to remind me of you.
You're the worst.
I bet if I said Macbeth on a stage, you would scream hysterically.
Actually, Black Thunder, I don't think we've
stop the
tested
sentence
if you.
right there.
Well, I don't think that is true, but I also don't think we've actually tested you for for the brain trauma. If I tell you about 5 stages of grief, what does that make you think of, Black Thunder?
The 5 stages of grief.
Yeah, so like for example, bargaining, stuff like, I don't know.
Denial, bargaining, anger,
yeah, stuff like, well, if I remember correctly, it's actually denial, anger, bargaining, because for reasons. So like, for example, bargaining, hypothetically, I as a YouTuber, if I wanted to get more subscribers, like that would be. So what does the 5 stages of grief make you think of?
Subscribers. Well, maybe if I. What do you mean I need more subscribers? Well, maybe if I did this, I'll get more subscribers. Man, I wish I had more subscribers. It's okay, I don't have any subscribers.
I mean, maybe if you popped up on the feed.
Maybe if I popped on you. I mean, maybe if I. Sometimes get me thinking like.
I am well acquainted.
Maybe if I, beautiful art, if I had a mansion with a bunch of cars, I might have made introspective videos that captured your heart.
I will.
Well, I know we would need. I would need a bunch of different ones because it's important to diversify this whole thing.
But like, what's the first one you would get?
Oh, the first
you have
car
infinite
I would
money.
get.
What's the first car you would get?
You know what?
Model year.
You know what? I think I might get actually. I know you probably hate me for this, but I might get an electric one because climate change is rough and it's unseasonably.
Depends which electric one.
And it's unseasonably warm again, and that kind of worries me.
No, I'm not against electric cars. I'm against certain electric cars. So, like, if you say Nissan Leaf, I will think less of you. If you say Rimac Concept 2, I will
Oh
respect
no,
that.
you know what? I honestly, I feel like with any of them, I'm fine. Yeah.
Any of them?
I'm
Tesla?
quitting. I'm no longer watching this stream. Fuck you.
Anyway, speaking of cars, I have to actually go clean up around mine. So I'll be back. Maybe.
Oh, now that you're gone. Oh no, Katsi is gone. Oh, now that they're gone, the shape of this bruise is all I have left to remind me of. Black Thunder.
No, but it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. You're right. It's fine.
What's fine? I feel like I've missed something. What happened?
Oh. No, it's nothing. You haven't missed anything.
You're okay, not bargaining.
Just tell me about your day, Black Thunder. How was it? How
so I was in their car. I'm gonna go back under a car actually, so I will see you in maybe like 15-30 minutes.
Alright. Well,
provided you're still streaming then.
I should be, yeah.
I might be gone though.
Yeah. This is terrible.
For some reasons.
Oh my goodness. Hi there, Remco, by the way. Infinite money, get ready for infinite inflation, everything will cost more infinite money. What? Infinite money? Where? Oh, okay. Was I? Oh yeah, reduction, oxidation. Right, that's what I was doing. I don't know how many people actually. Oh fuck! I almost said unironically and lost it. How many people had listened to the Postmodern Love Songs album?
Honestly, I'm just enjoying the improv comedy of the stream. This is great.
Yeah, I like the Great Depression. You know what? But I feel like we're going to like it's like this one joker who tried to make one joke funny, you know, and it kind of sucked.
One joke sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a few years in the US at least, there was this back and forth between meth cooks and the law. I think it was called War on Drugs. Take it easy, Mike. I have a juicy finished paper for you tomorrow. Oh, do spill them. I am curious. Hold on, I've been stuck on this just thinking about Jrish. What was right, redox. What was I stuck on? Basically, it's simple. Oxidation data should in the bond. So basically,
oh, a bond like a covalent bond.
Like a covalent bond. I could actually, in the video, once I get to the topic of covalent bonds, I could actually, like, in a very subtle way, just play that clip from the song, just like a very, very subtle clip, just so that the people who are infected.
I think like the subtle thing you could do is just play like the very, very beginning of the song, like, you know, the little sound you hear at the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like just in the background.
Hold on, because I actually don't remember the covalent bonds. I remember the segments, but I don't actually remember the entire. There we go. Because what I could do also is I could just take a part of the script and jam it into my script, but make it seem like actually. So, Otherwise. Oh, where is it? Where is something that? Constitution, community. Okay, covalent bonds still atomize, spinning without space and time. I feel like I could work that in somehow. If I try, I could work that in, and that would be hilarious if I work that in. Welcome to Uncapistan, where Welcome to Ankapistan, where your war as a man is the war that you bring. In Ankapistan, we treat our trade partners as if they were brothers. This trade community, government tyranny, we're finally free. And I'm not gonna continue singing because that's actually where I want to end. I know the lyrics for the rest. I just don't want to sing what the next guy was saying. Basically, after meth was outlawed, they had to outlaw the precursors for it. Then the precursors of the precursors, so on. Like, specifically meth. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That always pissed me off because eventually when they ban so many precursors, even if you want to do other things with it, you can't.
Why don't they just outlaw Walter White? Are they stupid?
Okay, why don't they just outlaw making meth? Are they dumb?
Yeah. I mean, like, if you just outlaw the chemical reaction for meth, and then the atoms can react without your consent.
Exactly.
I don't know. Seems kind of easy.
That's why methylamine pisses off the DLA. Isn't methylamine? Oh, it's a methylamine. Hold on, what's amine? Nitrogen with. Oh yeah, that's actually such a comically simple molecule. Methylamine. I mean, makes sense, I suppose, considering how meth is structured. Yeah, but still. So there's lots of electrons, right? So basically, how many electrons would they gain/lose? Is that right? I think that's fine enough for this definition. If they were to be in a specific bond, no, it's backwards, isn't it? No. Gain or lose if a specific bond was broken. The reaction of energy because two are much stronger than one HH bond. Yeah, okay. Actually, this would be really neat because... Oh, I really like this. Fully ionic atom extreme cases where would the electrons fully move when assigned to one specific atom. Oh, okay, so... Theo, I don't know how to work that into the script, I'll be honest. Because the whole point of the first explanation is just meant to be a setup for the second explanation. This is meant to be the intuitive part, this is meant to be the rigorous part. Which, I mean, is a... The reason why I'm having trouble with that is because it's, it's a hypothetical, right? It's hypothetical fully ionic atoms, but you wouldn't be able to bond them ionically. And hypothetical is what throws me for a loop a bit, because if something wouldn't happen, then it's kind of hard to explain it as a basis. Am I making any sense with this? I don't know if I'm just old man rambling or if it's actually making sense. Oxidation of electrons in oxidation state or reduction is the gain of electrons or decrease in oxidation states. because I'm trying to put this in a perspective of these rules to explain what these rules effectively mean. So, for example, for any element in any of those allotropic forms, the oxidation state of the atom is 0. Okay, I can just skip that one. In any of its compounds, the oxidation state of an oxygen atom is 2-, except in compounds that contain an oxygen-oxygen bond, where oxidation state is -1, 1-. The accepted compounds are peroxides, so on and so forth. It will be feasible. Is more predict electron movement based on electronegativity. So for this rule, for example, the oxidation state of an oxygen atom is 2-. Could I word it as in, what this means is that oxygen usually gives away 2 electrons. Wait, is it giving away or is it taking? Both taking and giving in quotes, obviously, because there's going to be an animation of like electrons moving closer, electrons being represented as balls and them moving closer to the other atom. So would oxygen be giving them or taking them? If it's 2-. I hate charge the way it's noted because I don't know if 2- refers to the electrons or to the charge. If it's referring to the electrons, that means it will be giving. Comparing electron negativity. Yeah, but wait, is 2-? Why am I thinking so much about it hypothetically when I can just look at an example and that will clear it up all for me? Okay. Oxidation states in burning. I cannot find the image I'm looking for. Means that I gained 2 electrons from bonded partners. All right. Okay. So it's taking in that case. The charge resolved in the equivalent bond are assigned to a more electronegative atom. It is the charge an atom would possess if it were ionic. Okay, so it is the charge. Okay, it's referring to the charge, not the electrons. Good. Bond was pendant broken. I'm gonna put broken in quotes here because what I want to do is I want to do all of the animations for the first explanation just using electrons as balls, and then in the second explanation I'm going to make these animations using electrons as density, basically, which means the second animation would be electron clouds, and that will convey the point of why it's actually more complicated and why this textbook specifically was dishing out such hot takes. So for example, oxygen has an oxidation state of -2 because it really pulling electrons close, which means that if oxygen bonds to something and if we break the bond, then the electrons would hypothetically stay with the oxygen, resulting in a more negative one. Is this a good explanation? I cannot tell. Any of its compounds, the explanation of the oxygen atom is 2-. So what I'm picturing, I'm trying to, once again, word it around an animation. What I'm picturing is an oxygen and then something. Would water be... whatever, close enough. The rule says always... The rule says in any of its compounds, I'm gonna take it. I'm picturing something like this, where basically, maybe a slightly different shade, there we go. Where basically these are the bonds, then these are the electrons in the middle. You don't break the bond, you change to ionic bonds of covalent ones. Yeah, I know, that's why the...
How ionic?
Hi. Irony? No, doesn't matter. I'm not going down that path again. I know, Theo, that's why I put broken in quotes. Because what will happen...
Metal ionic bond? Is that a J-Rig reference?
Because what will happen... You know, okay. So what will happen basically in the animation is that I'm just going to remove these golden parts of invalid and then showing you all to the one of the higher one. Even it's 0.1 higher. So that makes sense. If something has higher electronegativity, yes. So what I plan here is having this sort of configuration where the golden color represents the bonds, the yellow color represents the electrons, and the red... I just realized I've got it backwards, haven't I? Red is supposed to be... whatever. Red is hydrogen, white is oxygen. And then this would change to something like this, where when I say break the bonds, then the bond indicators would disappear, and then the electrons would move closer to the oxygen, resulting in oxygen getting 2 additional charges, resulting in -2. So its charge would be -2. Is that good? I cannot tell. I feel like this would be a pretty good visualization for the rules, because then the next thing I could do is I could tackle the hydrogens, because hydrogens, let me guess, have +1. Hydrogen is +1, exactly. So then we'd have a next rule which says that oxidation state of hydrogen is +1, and then I can show that as we move those electrons, oxygen is getting more oxygen is getting more negative, resulting in a -2 charge, but hydrogen is getting more positive because it's losing electrons, which means the hydrogens would be left with +1. All the valence electrons, and hydrogen has none left. Okay. I think it's good then. Stay with the oxygen, resulting in more negative oxygen. Reasoning is pretty simple. Let me just double check. Oxygen, where is it? I love this website so much. There we go. Oxygen, hydrogen. Oxygen is more electronegative, which basically means it wants more electrons and is pulling them harder.
So I have a silly question.
Mm-hmm.
All those like teal, like greenish elements on the table, stream's behind for me. I have to wait for it to catch up.
You mean these? The boron, silicon, germanium, arsenic?
Yeah, those. What kind of... Because they're called metalloids, but like, what is the defining property of metalloid?
You're barking up the wrong tree in this case. That's because I don't actually... This is the part of chemistry that I don't really like much, of defining things to metals and non-metals. Yeah, I really don't like it because, like, as you can see, they don't actually follow a straight line. They follow a straight line with some offshoots. And the definitions of metals and non-metals stem from... I don't want to say that they still are, because I'm certain there is a really rigorous definition for it nowadays. But they stem from, like, the observation that of what metals are. Like, you know, metals are shiny and so on and so forth.
Gray, shiny, except...
Yeah, and in this case, you're backing up the wrong tree because I just simply don't know much about this. All I know metals simply because I like metallic bonds, and I know non-metals because I don't know much about inorganic chemistry, and I need to stick to these molecules, and as such, metalloids just fall in between them. No, I don't want to make a guess. Never mind. I can't tell you about silicon. That's the one I know. The rest
So we have
above my head.
soap ingredient, glass ingredient, rat poison, and some other things. Oh, and astatine, which is my favorite.
The valence band is in between the shape and behavior of metal bands and non-metal valence bands. Yeah, but what does the in-between mean? Because the metals, that's like, yeah, with metallic bonds, for example, that's pretty simple. Hold on, because this website is really, really cool, and as such... Ah, wait, what is the...
What's the most in-betweenest one?
Oh, there we go, there it is. So, it would be these. Oh my goodness, I remember the chapter on semiconductors explained the electron configuration of silicon in a way that really made a lot of sense.
If I remember correctly, like, I know one of the doping things for semiconductors was phosphorus. What was the other one?
Boron.
Boron. Okay, because I was thinking aluminum, but I'm like, no, that's a metal, so it couldn't be that.
The reason... Yeah.
Because it's like one more, one less, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, if I remember correctly, the reason why it was boron was actually because of the nucleus size. If I remember correctly.
Really?
I think...
So
don't quote me on that.
So you could, in theory, do it with aluminum.
Well, no, because of... no.
No?
No.
It's like straight up impossible.
I don't think it being a metal actually affects it. Because, okay, the reason why silicon is used for doping is because when it's
like
bonded
carbon,
in the,
but
like...
heavier.
Well, it's because it is a resistor, effectively. It's not conductive. So when you dope it, as I mentioned before in paint, right? When you dope it, what you effectively do is you either take away or give it enough electrons for you to have some space on the bands.
Right.
And like doping it with, the reason why you use phosphorus and boron is because they either have one more or one less electron on the relevant shell. So I don't think it being a metal
right.
actually
boron
affects
has a hole,
it.
the phosphorus has an extra.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking out loud of if it being a metal would affect it.
Yeah.
I don't think it would. I don't see why it would.
So you could technically make a semiconductor out of aluminum, germanium, and arsenic. You probably wouldn't work as well, but it would definitely kill you faster.
I don't know.
Poison transistors win.
We need transistors made of lead, bismuth, and indium.
Gallium and...
Gallium nitride.
Gallium nitride can also be used as a semiconductor. Post-transition metals, that's actually very fitting. Good for them. Really good for them.
Conservatives when they hear about the P block on the periodic table.
Aluminum has a fully metallic electron band behavior, completely defeating your semiconductor plan. Is it really? Is it really because of that? That's wild to me. I'm going on a tangent, but this is curious. Why can't
This is part of your MOSFET research. It's not much of a
silicon MOSFETs? No, you're thinking of PNP transistors. So PNP is NPN is where you have, like on a diode, the way it works is that you have N on one side and then you have P on the other. And then on a NPN transistor, this is what it looks like. This is an NPN transistor. You won't guess where the name comes from. And then you also have a PNP, but MOSFETs work differently. Because MOSFETs, if I remember correctly, they look something like... Oh my goodness, what were they? The point is they're different because they... metal oxide semiconductor field... Metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor. They work based on the field. That's why I need to research them, because I just know way less about them. Dope silicon with aluminum. Boron is about 50% lower ionization than aluminum and silicon, so it makes a better dopant. If you want better dopant than phosphorus, it's strictly... Oh, so apparently you could actually dope it with aluminum, this is worse. Useful.
Man, chemistry is great until chemistry fields collide with each other, in which case it gets very unhappy. What do you mean I can't make carbon, nitrogen, semiconductors?
Conduction bonds. Why is not the excess nuclear potential shielded by the electrical? It's also possible to dope silicon with group 6 elements. The lithium water that currently goes into funding is the majority of why so many people get burned or blown up. Circular chemistry. Anyhow, quick tangent over. Alright. The reason was pretty simple. Oxygen is more electronegative, which means it wants more electrons, pulling at them harder. So if we were to break the bond, then electrons stay with the atom that pulls more. Oxygen with 2 more negative electrons and such 2 more negative charges, and as such oxidation state -2. About hydrogen. Well, hydrogen isn't on too strongly, and as such it loses these electrons, thing in a more positive charge, resulting in oxidation state +1. And that's where we get the rules, like... Okay, and here's where the fun aspect of it comes. Always has 2 minus, always has 1 plus. Alkali metals.
Is a carbon ion atom more like a cation or an anion? Depends on what it's next to, I would assume.
I like how... I didn't know you were a chemist, but you were answering a lot of chemistry questions very confidently.
I like answering questions, and I've been cursed with the fact that I just say things confidently, subconsciously.
Is a carbon ion / atom more like cation or anion? Alright, if it's a carbon ion, check the charge, that will tell you. If it's a carbon atom, it's not.
Anyways, I think I'm gonna go.
That's fine. Thanks for
bye, chat.
Bye, Roblox.
Bye. Be back soon, or however soon you have to be.
It's going to sleep, I
mean,
imagine.
like, yeah. But tomorrow, or later...
It's Tuesday.
Tomorrow is Tuesday, indeed. That's why there's the algebraic topology seminar.
Well, Tuesday is today, but I mean...
Shut up. I get to listen to some guy ramble about shit I have no clue. I have no clue what the shit means for a whole hour. It's great.
Sounds
well, that's
like
why you're
fun.
listening to him ramble, so that you learn. I think. I don't know. Or it's just for the credit.
I mean, like, you go to seminars. The thing the professors tell you when you're like, oh, but why would I go to seminars? I don't understand a thing. They're usually like the answer you get is that like even the professors who go to the seminar do not understand the seminar fully, and even the person who talks doesn't understand what they're saying fully. So
banger response.
Anyways, I'm really gonna go. Bye everyone.
Right.
Bye chat.
Bye Roblox.
Goodbye.
Alright, halogen atoms have an oxidation state of 1 minus, and so
Halogen.
on. So...
I used to play that on Xbox.
No, Master Chief, they've done and ionized you. Who put the Master Chief in the ionizer? But yeah, like, and to answer your question, I don't quite understand what you mean, because cation and anion are just names for like positive and negative charged ions. So if you have a carbon ion, then if it's more positive, that's a cation. If it's more negative, then that's an anion. And if you have an atom, then it's not a cation or anion. I used to pronounce it cation, by the way, in onion, but then Flame put it out to me that it stems from an ion. I was like, oh my goodness.
Is this a cat? Is this a cation?
Is what? Hold on, what did you... Actually, shit, that's really funny. Behold a cation. That's actually it. I'm making that meme.
You're welcome.
I am making that meme. I'm not joshing you. I am right now gonna open up Blender and make that into a meme. That is
Explaining cations and anions, like,
yeah.
use this. Just use it every single time. Don't acknowledge it.
Actually, hold on. Don't I have like a project that's ready for shitpost? Which one is this? Oh right, that was I already made that for a meme, so might as well use this one. Cation. And I am using Blender for my memes because I'm sane as a person. I am sane. I am a sane individual.
We are well adjusted, question mark.
Oh wait, I need to download the cation image. I know I can use it because I've been on Wikipedia.
Make it folder structure reveal. Quick, screenshot.
Shucks, I messed up my coordinates. Another thing I should do today is also structure the questions for Roblox a bit. Right here, this goes in here. Perfect. Whoops, wrong material. This one. No. Fine, new one. A bunch of cars have made introspective videos.
Show me anything but a cation.
No, why? Like this, and now, no. Behold. This is honestly already pretty good. I don't like the fact that this could make me laugh.
Behold! Don't even say a cation, just cation.
A cation. It's funny to me. I don't know. It's just funny. I like it.
That's because it's a joke, and they're supposed to be.
My goodness, these are such shit posts, all of them here. The I'm flattered meme. Hold on. I need to open up my taskbar settings again so that it would actually work. No, where's the I'm flattered meme? There we go. It's so dumb. Just like it.
I'm flattered. I don't smell anything.
That's dumb. Okay. Behold. Cation. Oh, tangent over. We're back. Battery. And so on and so forth. The typical rules you would have learned. That's cool. Except there is one more thing we want to remember about.
Is there one more thing, cation?
Chemistry. Famous. And that's the other part. And right here would be all the excepts basically in place.
Your exceptions and ad break. If you fade to black and then like fade back in, YouTube should like automatically put ads right in that spot.
I can
spot.
manually put ads as well. It's just that I never do it because it feels like a chore for no reason. As if
I hate making money. This is so boring.
I mean, I do hate making. I feel like everyone hates making money. They just need money.
If you like making money, there's a special place in hell for you.
Yeah.
It's the 5th layer. Unwanted cars for sale under $700. Oh, it's a group suggestion. Never mind. Facebook, go away.
Because wouldn't it be ambiguous since there are 4 electrons but also 4 openings? Lichen, I don't quite understand what you mean. Cation
Carbon.
or anion that's actually very, very simple to see if something is a cation or an anion because it's very clear cut. It's charge of the entire molecule. You have some kind of molecule, right? The charge of the entire molecule gives you the cation, answers your cation or anion question. Now, the thing is, there are other... I'm guessing you mean something else in chemistry, because chemistry always revolves around electrons and charge. And so, like, cation and anion are the simplest one because they handle, like, the global charge. You have certain things that handle local charge, stuff like a local charge and electronegativity, stuff like the oxidation states or the base versus acid and so on and so forth. Half empty, half full situation. I don't...
Right, but that doesn't matter because it's neutrally charged.
Yeah, okay, so basically what you check, if you just have a carbon atom, you check how many protons it has.
Hopefully it has 6.
You subtract from it...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay, it needs 6. Oh yeah, so I guess you do have 6 protons in this case. You take the 6 protons, you subtract the amount of electrons it has, and then if the number you get is positive, so you check the sign.
If it's 0, it's neutral.
If it's 0, then it's neutral. So if it's 0, then it's an atom. If it's positive, then it's a cation. And if it's a negative, that means it's an ion. Right? Cats are positive. That's how I always remember it. I hope I didn't...
Are you decrementing anion? Or anion?
Funny. I'm decrementing before I actually run it, just to make it faster. Oh, he said the thing!
To implement recursion, you must first implement recursion.
So, Lycan, this is why I don't quite understand your question. Because, like, in case of cations and anions, is extremely clear-cut. It is like, there is no ambiguity. It's a very simple rule. Just check the charge, and that's it. So, for example, if you usually you have 6 protons and 6 electrons inside of a carbon atom. Well, inside the carbon atom, you always have them. However, if you remove one of the electrons, then you end up with 6 protons and 5 electrons. And in that case, you have a positive charge, hence cation.
That's a 5?
Yes, a 5.
It looks like a nose and eyebrows.
Well, pardon me, freaking calligraphy Nazi.
Calligraphy Nazi? Sorry,
so basically,
I forget I'm more schizophrenic than you, and the first thing I see is a face.
Very resilient on specific actions. For example, removing it from sodium is super easy. Adding one is less so, but hypothetically could. Yeah, the whole big aspect of chemistry is that it deals with electrons. And you have 2 different forces at play, basically. You have the charge and you have the quantum mechanics. And basically, the reason why you can modify one of them is always because other one is helping. So the reason why you can make an ion, for example, the reason why you can have a molecule that is charged is because there are certain places where the quantum mechanics wins, which would basically mean something like an orbital being extremely unstable, for example, stuff like this. So in places where... Riddle me this, Batman. If quizzes are quizzical, then what are tests? It's
difficult.
Such shame that Reblox left for this. So, why exceptions? We get to the second explanation. To understand why it's needed, you need to realize that even though I've been modeling our electrons as balls so far, in reality they density clouds according to current theory is So whilst it's easy to say that electrons actually the bonds, which atom would our electrons be closer to if they are to one of them means oxidation state gets lower. If they are further away, that means it's higher. And so that's where we get rules like, and then the rules. Okay. Easy to say that electrons are closer to this atom than to this one. In the example on the left, the example on the right would be much more true to reality. They're closer in that case. Yeah, well, that's the pickle. That's the good question, and that's where we open up the paper 232. Nope. That's the wrong one. This is properties of hydrogen and helium under extreme conditions. This is not the right paper. I meant...
Hydrogen and helium, 7 months, no vacation.
What?
Extreme conditions. I'm
Oh,
saying
yeah.
working
Okay.
conditions.
Alright, okay. No, I just didn't hear the first part, so I didn't get it. I'm gonna hop off for now. Alright, bye, Lycan. Have a good one.
Have fun researching legally not math. Hey, I said legally not.
Yeah, that's it. I know. Have fun researching.
Whoa, was that a Make It reference?
Don't make it either. Why said the thing? Alright. Now what we need to do is we need to read through this and then read this in depth and then explain it. And once we explain it, we can actually move on, and the rest should be fairly easy to script. Make It said, knowing damn well their track record on videos. You know what, I could actually take a break for now. Not from the stream. I'm just gonna take a break to see what next should we do. Do I still have the wheel open? Did I turn it off?
I think you turned it off. Yeah, you turned it off.
Dagnabbit.
You still haven't updated your background.
No, I have it here, you silly goose. Listen, I'll be right back. I just need to set up some water for me coffee. I'll be right back. Ah, right. I'm just looking back. No, nonsense. Alright, back to the kitchen I go.
You should make coffee so acidic.
Back to the kitchen. Back to the kitchen where I belong, am I right? That's it. No, whatever.
No, that would be garage in your case. Close, but wrong.
How long is it gonna boil for? Alright, I'm temporarily back, it's still boiling.
You should make your coffee so acidic it eats through ceramic.
Tempting. Alright, I'm gonna spin the wheel. Because I can
Hey, you know what would be funny if it landed on?
Shut up, it's not going to. I'm gonna spin the wheel, pour the coffee thing, and then get back. And then I'll see what it landed on. Oh, goody! It didn't land on oxygen.
You were close.
It landed on working.
I wasn't manifesting hard enough.
What? I didn't have my headphones on.
The next spot would have been
Oh yeah.
oxygen not including. I wasn't manifesting hard enough. You gotta spin it again.
Okay.
Trust the process.
The question becomes, how am I gonna work on it? Because I could do it with Vim, and then... Well, that's rough, because I can edit files with Vim easily, but testing would be a bit more difficult, because I'm not gonna test it by running it live. That's idiotic. Instead, what I could also do is I could just save the site, then do it offline, and then move all the text by the sage. That's probably a good idea. Okay.
I was gonna say, yeah, make a test version of the site.
Yeah. It's just that
But
then...
what do I know?
It's just that then moving it will be a bit rough. CD... No, wait. Make the temporary website. Let's see if I already have a folder that's called that. No, I don't. There we go. That's good.
Current directory's nuts.
Coming soon already exists. Well, that's good.
I'm scared to ask. What could it possibly be?
Alright, there we go. Downloads. Make it HTML. Alright. Okay. Good. Now, the problem in here obviously is the fact that copy path and then yeah, exactly. Alright. So, oh, it included dark reader. I'm such a bloody idiot. My goodness, I need to turn the dark reader off. There we go. Yes. Yeah, replace it. Move to recycle bin, then this. Okay, that seems pretty good. Now this still has nothing. Why does it have nothing? That's a good question. Console chart is not defined. Well, that's a curious error. Chart is not defined, you say. I need this right here, like so. Perfection. Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. It's highlighted with the colors.
Is it because it's not included to load the script? Right.
Me begging the hard drive to work faster.
Right. Shit. Yeah, right. Shit. Right.
Okay.
Right. Shit. Right.
Okay, I did.
No. Did you do it on the right? It was a crucial part. It was really important.
Am I right?
Nah, close enough. This is the actual chart.js. that I've used. So can I include it
why
here?
are the names popping up like that, and why isn't the chart first?
Wait, what do you mean?
Like when you open the side thing, right? In VS Code.
Oh, this is because it's a canvas. I'm guessing it's because the chart itself figures out the size of the window to figure out what the size of the website would be, but if you have development tools, then part of the window is taken up. Like, oh no, it's changing, never mind. You can see it changing.
Yeah, no, that... I feel like the chart being the same size should be, like, important, because from what I can tell, the names just pop up, and then there's a chart. Which seems backwards.
Well, close enough.
Of course. How foolish of me.
Then another problem is the CSS, which...
How do you center a div?
You don't ever. You just do not. You just pray and hope.
All I know about CSS is center a div.
I don't know how to center stuff. I'm struggling with centering stuff.
I just know the sentence.
Oh.
I don't know anything.
I just had a dentist appointment in 6 hours. Oh, Stephen 5. All right, good night, Theo. Have a good one. Thank you for joining. Good night. Good luck at the dentist appointment. Bye. Okay. So, this is quite problematic because it might not actually work. But let's try it anyway, because why not? Yeah, the problem is that we're not including the CSS, which is actually kind of important to include in this case.
Hashtag include CSS, right?
Yeah, but I first would need to get... Oh, there we go. There's the... Okay, that's convenient. All right. Static and then style CSS. Oh, CSS C++. I forgot about that. Okay, there we go. Now if I restart this... Really? Oh, it's because to make it right. It's supposed to be static.
Also, Theophanic, yes, hypotext would be called cuneiform.
I just do the mandatory checkup. Oh, I see. You're more responsive than me. I don't do the mandatory checkups. Because they're not mandatory.
You don't even have a mouth. How do you speak?
Aggressively. I just...
Well, yes, but like mechanically, how do you speak? There is no mouth, and you must scream.
Yeah, it's on. You know how much effort it is to... You know how they say sometimes like speak from your stomach? Well, take that literally. I am actually...
I have never once heard that saying.
Yeah, you seem like the kind of guy who wouldn't own an air fryer.
I do. I was air fried once. Well, no, I was air fried twice.
Getting fried by air doesn't count. Test is on the left. Why would you be on the left? Wait, can I just do break line? Would this... Can I do this? Okay, that was a bit too hopeful. Alright, so the H1 is on the left, which... there was like a CSS thing for it as well, where it was style. And then... Wait, no. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Right, style is equal to this. And then inside we can do... display... flex? Oh wow, setting it to the random value I'm not familiar with didn't work. Would you look at that? How about grid?
No, I will not.
Because of this? No, okay. Well, that's good. Okay. CSS display.
Center div. Help.
display. Okay. Block. Well, block seems like the thing then. Oh, this sets display flex for the entire website. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Can I do... I mean, I imagine I can. I just hope it will work. Can I do a div like this and then at the bottom just close the div? Oh, progress. Alright, now how do I center you? Center something in CSS. I don't ever remember how to center stuff because I remember
center div.
It never worked. Okay, margin auto, so this. Okay. It was, wait, dot center. I remember no border, just leave it be. And then how do you use this? Class, right, it's a class. Which means class is equal to center. It's closer to the center. Why can't you just be in the center? Why are you off to the side? Why can't you just be in the center? It seems so simple. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness! Center align text. Text align center. That's the problem. Because of course it needs to be also text align center. There we go. Good. Alright. Neat.
Did you really think it would be easy?
Fonts.
This is CSS we're talking about.
Oh, I prefer C to CSS, which is a wild thing. I think C is easier than CSS. Okay, I need to find a nice font.
Comic Sans.
Genius.
It is a nice font. You remember exactly what it looks like.
Added 837 days ago. Please don't tell me they are ordered from the most recently added. I don't know anything about fonts, by the way.
You should see what I sent in a
I see it, yeah. I have
chat, yeah.
I don't know anything.
Put that on a shirt. I'm sure I'm not the only person to have come up with it. Okay, what style are you going for? And by style, I mean art style.
Rigid. I don't know if that makes any sense. As I mentioned, I know nothing about it.
Rigid. Okay, I'm gonna see what I can do. There's this one that I remember.
Banana brick, that's a fire one.
What is it? Where? Oh, that's a choice you could make. Pretty unreadable though.
This kind of text I don't like for reasons. It just
Yeah.
it feels like the
I
accession
understand
is
why.
not nice, yeah. I have a question. How can like browsers handle if I do group 03, for example? Can you like or do I need to do it as a string?
You might be interested
Or
in
do I need to, because can browsers handle that?
You might be interested in something from the Bauhaus kind of style.
Can I do like Comic Sans to just see if it works? Okay. Alright, that's something. Can I remove this? No, okay, it doesn't work either. How? Oh my goodness, changing fonts in CSS. I hate CSS with burning passion.
You sound like everyone who has ever had to work with CSS.
Okay, so sans serif is what I'm looking for. Right. Sans serif, okay. But then how do you actually... Font family. Oh, you do font family. Alright, okay. So font family, and then we do... we did the font family. Can I just... Can I just, like, test every single one till I see something that fits? Gothic medium. I don't feel like that would fit. I'm gonna try it anyway. Oh, this is very tame. I don't mind this too much. Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, do you not want tame? I found something that is quite not tame. Bordering on legible.
This is just shapes.
Isn't that what letters are? Just shapes? That's not what I was looking for, by the way, but I thought you'd find it funny. Similar style, but not nearly as coded out.
No. The problem is I don't even know what I'm looking for. Which I suppose would be a bit of a problem. Oh, that is so make it. That is such a Micor font.
I was gonna say, why don't you just copy out the Blender font that got compiled with Blender?
Actually, in my videos, the default Blender font is something I do use in Blender, but outside of Blender, I use, oh, what's the name? It starts with C. I don't know.
Comic Sans?
Yes, Comic Sans, exactly.
No, you probably use Calibri.
Maybe? I don't know exactly.
You said it started with a C, that's pretty ubiquitous. I assume it's Calibri.
Okay, you have a habit of very confidently stating things, so I'm just gonna check.
It's a bad habit, I know. It's a skill refined by my parents.
Yeah. Okay, let me just check. Because maybe Cairo? It might be Cairo that I use. I remember personal fonts. Cairo. Yeah, Cairo is what I use in my videos. Okay, I can just test some fonts right here because Blender has a bunch. Wait, do you? You do. Okay, good. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? I am looking for... Actually, maybe. Alright. This is basically the sentence that will be there. Now all I need to do is find some kind of font that will fit in nicely. Actually, Corbel...
This is terrible. I can't find it. Google, show me the nearest orphanage. Google, how much is propane?
I like Corbel Light, but the freaking numbers are just terrible.
Ew, why are they half-sized?
No, whatever, Abrima, that's close enough.
When they said small numbers, that's not what they meant.
Will it work if I just paste it in like this? No.
scrolled too far on Google Images. You'll never guess what I found when I type in Bauhaus font and scroll too far on Google Images.
How do I do a
Jesus
dreamer?
Swastika.
I'm glad you've mentioned. That's neat. Good for you, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't want to see it either.
Okay, so we have this, and then piss off. So we have this so far. Now all I need to do is I need to make it in a way so that it gets smaller as the window gets smaller.
Is that a Make It reference?
Is that? Oh, is it the
Clip
thing?
that, chat.
Ew, gross. Oh, wait, or do I just do... Hold on. Or do I just do display inline? Well, that's almost what I was looking for. The answer is no, unless there are other options for inline. Inline... table? Okay, so the answer is no. Alright, I'm not gonna look through it, I'm just gonna... Stack Overflow.
I just realized that the font I sent you is missing a O.
Wait, the one with the shapes?
Yeah, it's missing the letter O. It just goes NPQRSTUV.
O would be a literal circle.
WXYZ.
Why is it
It should be included for completeness. It doesn't have any numbers or punctuation either, but it's still kind of funny.
confusing? Alright.
Besides, it could be two circles, one inside the other. Bauhaus is the best art style. I will die on this hill. It's better than brutalism. Here's a better font.
Display block? Well, that's not bad, actually. That's a pretty neat one.
Yeah. Wow, this doesn't make me want to pull my eyes out.
Oh, I just... Right, no, I meant block. Oh, that looks gross. That looks really, really gross. Table row, maybe? Oh, so the reason why I hate it is because the first one should be on the top line and then the second one should be lower down. That actually checks out, yeah. So, which means we should have we've collected, and then the next line should be this, and then this one will have a... Oh, it wasn't called... It was ID, right? ID number, like so. Why are you off to the side now? Just piss off with that. Why are you off to the side? Is it because of this? There's actually a better way to... There's a better way to test out CSS. That's this one, I'm not mistaken. That's because we changed inline to block. Wait, can I just scroll over them?
Cool.
Which one?
The one that I just sent. Like, all of them are pretty cool. The fact,
yeah, it confused me for a second because you've sent like 7.
The new one! I think they're all pretty cool. I'm saying this is pretty cool to alert you to the fact that I've sent yet another.
It's not completely in the center, but it's not in the center at all. Damn it, why are you like this?
Why is it so hard to center a div?
I went all the way back to the beginning. Well, let's try to do this before this, like so. Oh, it moves. Of course it does. Right. Oh no, wait, it moved, but wrong. Okay. Can I do with like 47? That's a really bad fix. Oh, it moves it right. Okay, so 60. Okay, 64. Okay, 67. Okay, it's something.
Keeps guessing.
Yeah.
We've collected.
Yeah, because this is just a placeholder.
Yeah.
The way I'm gonna do it is right here. What we need is we need to go through full data, which means we need to for let I be equal to 0. Well, actually, no, wait. First, we need to edit it, which means HTML dot get. Oh shucks. Document get element by ID. Okay, that's my first instinct, right? Document get element by ID, and then the ID is number. That's a terrible ID. Total number. There we go. Total number, and then dot inner text, and then set it equal to I, for example. That's bad. Okay, what's the problem? Nothing is a problem. That's even worse, actually. Okay, inner HTML. It is inner HTML. Would you look at that? Okay, good. So this can edit the text. Oh, the text move as I... Of course, alright. So that... Wow, would you look at that? The non-fix I did turned out to not be a fix. When you try font size clump, there is the minimum font size it can be, is the preferred font size, and based on the 5% of the viewport width, and the free rem is the max font. It's a good way to do it. I'll take anything.
Picture on Pinterest, thank you. Google Images is good enough.
That works beautifully. Thank you, Unholy Fingerable. That truly works beautifully. Now all we need to do is see if we can add a number here. We can, that's great. That's because for let I is equal to 0, I is smaller than full data amounts, and then dot length. Then I plus plus, and then let total be equal to 0, total plus equals full data amounts 0. No wait, I am an idiot. Amounts I like this, then okay, this seems like a case of me forgetting to add total. There we go. And wait, was it this, if I remember correctly? No. Okay, good. Neat. Is there a concat? Oh my goodness. How do you turn plus dollar? Good, that works. I hate this, but it works. Good, okay. Total plus. We've collected this many
dollar
dollars.
sign at the end.
What do you mean?
It's dollar amount.
Yeah.
That's how it's formatted.
Dollar, is it dollar amount?
Yes, it's like if I say $38, it's gonna look like $38.
Really? I thought it would be we've collected.
As far as growing up in America has taught me, yes.
I know, I always read it as we've collected $2,995. Like just how you say it.
Yes, but again, in America, we even drive on the wrong side of the road, so.
Only British drive on the other. And like, you know, those who've been infected by Britishism.
I haven't been infected by Britishism, I just know that the US is stupid.
I've seen the dollar and the number for prices. Usually I've seen...
Yeah, but you don't live in the US.
Look, Prevent Cancer Foundation.
Price tag.
Collected. Is there like a website that says how much they've collected? That makes sense. That just looks really wacky to me. I've always seen the currency being after the number.
Yeah, the reason it looks like wacky to me is because nothing's worth $6 anymore.
Damn. I think the padding is off, by the way. Right here we should have some kind of padding. What happens if I do 5%? What does this do? Oh, right, there's padding in between these two. No, that makes sense. I can't do padding there. I need to do padding right here, which means... Oh wait, if I delete... Right, that's what it's for. Okay, then now we're gonna play a very fun game, actually. Style equals padding 15%. We're going to play a really, really fun game. Shit, why did you have to move to the side? Just stay there at 5. There we go.
Div uncentered.
The reason why we're gonna play a really fun game is because I've changed this file a bunch. And now, that's why I was wondering how I'm gonna do it, because now the simplest way to do it would be to just do...
Is the fun game Oxygen not included?
No.
Unsubbing.
Oh my goodness, where's... Oh, it's in templates. Okay, it's in templates. So right here we have index and charity. We want the index, which means sudo vim index. Well, that doesn't look right at all. Hold on.
It would be pretty funny if make it just hard pivoted to only doing everything in the Bauhaus art style. Because everything's one of 4 colors, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have the red, blue, green, and yellow. Just remove the green and replace it with like either black or white. And you're pretty much there color-wise.
I forgot that, by the way, in this case, I am like, oh shit, I forgot that this has... Manual escaping here is not a bug, it's not a feature, it's a requirement. This is a make it site, we ball in this motherfucker. Take your sensitive ass back to Meta Presents Facebook Instagram story. I was going through stuff when I was making this website, okay?
Was it Facebook?
Oh my goodness. Manual escaping. Oh, what was the manual escape? Oh yeah, right. Manual from. Yeah, that makes sense. No. Okay, so basically, what we need to do is in the body, we need to include. All right, we need to include a div style equals display block, then div style equals padding 5%, then h. Can I copy and paste into Vim? By the way, that would be quite handy. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Yes, 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 please. Yes, thank you. Now what? Well, now we go down to. I think that's it. Now we go down right here, all bar colors, which means this right here. I know, I'm not a real programmer because I'm using my mouse. I'm fully aware. Shut up now, voices in my head. We've collected amount, just something as a temp data in case the website messes up. Oh, I can go to the next line. That's upsetting. Alright, and then you do the whole thing, and then you just finish off the script, and then you finish off the div. Okay, so that's the one part of it. Then the next part is just the center, which should be easy. All we need to do is just... Sorry, how do I... There we go. Alright, and now sudo systemctl restart unicorn. And now, fingers crossed everyone! I mean, could be worse. Why? Oh, why is it like this?
Div uncentered, returning to base.
Okay, so like, this is bad. This is really bad, in fact. The chat.js just broke. Failed to give a favicon. I don't care about the favicon.
This is such a good font, but I'm not paying $40 for it.
Hi there, Ninja. Hi, welcome.
I shall trick you into writing out the alphabet, and then I will copy everything by hand.
Why would it be broken? Okay, so right here, you. Which part?
Tester.
Oh my goodness, which part of you broke? Damn it! Just straight up damn it! Why? I didn't give the class the padding, by the way. I only now realized. Class is equal to... Wait, no. Hold on. Not class style, only class. This is center, and then this is the div that holds... Oh... Are you the problem? Something is clearly the problem, I just don't know what.
This is really some heinous fucking most foul.
And then sudo vim charity. And then, oh my goodness, stop yelling at me. And then, stop yelling at me. I get it, stop yelling at me.
I don't have to type out the alphabet, it just has all the characters right here. This is great.
Wait, that div is... Oh yeah, because I didn't... Right, that makes sense. Actually, I would like to get that div back until I figure out what's wrong, if you don't mind. Div style is equal to display log. Until I figure out what's wrong. Why, oh why are you broken? The width isn't changing. Hold on. It isn't changing. If I set the width to be something like, I don't know, 600, and then if I change the height to be something like 300, no, it's still not good. Okay, alright. But it is noticeably trying to change and then failing instantly. What happens if I put the monitor? Oh, the monitor. Oh, I see. I see? Do I see? Or do I not see?
Icy?
Iced tea?
Iced coffee.
Damn it, it worked on my machine. Why doesn't it work in general? Or did it not work on my machine? I just didn't notice. No, it did work on my machine, okay. Right here, style width 100%. Oh, that's curious. That's the difference. The width also isn't changing, except right here it's starting with a maximum. Hi, Drali! How's it hanging? Better. Certainly better. How are you doing? I didn't get to...
I keep forgetting how good this art style is. It's so sad.
Tammy is doing good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I am glad to hear that. Which part of it is breaking it? I don't understand. This seems to be off. But then why? Should it be off? Okay, dark reader is turned off on this as well. Should be. There we go. That makes it much easier to read. Okay. Now you. What's wrong with you? Almost 3k for charity? Yeah, I mean, it's been almost 3k for a bit. It's just that today Stamp and Tha donated 35. And I'm only now adding the counter, actually. Or failing to add the counter.
3K what? Dollars? No.
So have we surpassed 3K? No. This is after I've added the donations. We haven't passed 3K yet. I thought I could donate like $10 and then we would have passed.
You could donate $4.62.
Yeah, but come on. That's cheap. Oh, Ali just donated $5. Never mind, Ali just donated $5. Ali, the website is currently... The professional term for it is fucked. But I am going to add the donation right now. Because adding the donations, that's not broken. I mean, the amount won't be broken either. It's just that the pie chart isn't rendering for some reason. Oh wait, hold on. Oh shucks, it just hit me that. Give me a second. Just do my philosophy test over you. Not the philosophy. Python 3 add donation and then $5. There we go. There we go, and then sudo system ctl restart unicorn.
What does a philosophy test even entail? How do you feel about this?
Oh, I'm restarting the wrong thing. There we go, there we have it, okay. There, past 3,000. Why is the Raspberry Pi Zero's micro USB port so close to each other? I can't plug in crap.
You're supposed to desolder them.
just use an encoder. See my fat bear pro picture on the dono. It's so goofy. I feel like this div is fucking it up, but I can't tell why. It was talking about different arguments, like utilitarian calculus, and using it in medical field. My goodness, my hatred of philosophy is too pure in order to even attempt to understand what you just said.
It's triage.
Which patient to kill? Hi, Detefta! Hi, welcome!
Kinda, in a sense. It's more like which patient to help first. For example, small boo-boo versus missing arm.
You have this tone that like once someone gets to know you, it's really easy to distinguish this tone. But you have this tone where when you say something with such confidence, despite not being in the field, you have a different tone for when you confidently talk about cars versus when you confidently talk about chemistry. You have a different one, yeah. So it like once.
Is it because I'm not excited enough?
I don't know.
I'm trying to make it more obvious that I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just saying things.
I don't know how to describe it. It is noticeable. It is noticeable.
Okay, that's good. That's what I'm going for.
Informed consent. Well, you've clearly never seen House. Didn't you know that informed consent doesn't really... That's
Medical Malpractice, the musical.
It's my favorite. Oh, I love my medical malpractice. I might actually rewatch House again. I've seen the entire show, season 1.
It's gotta be lupus.
It's never lupus. No.
Doesn't he say it's lupus?
No, because it's never lupus.
You've said it wrong twice in 2 different ways.
Yeah, I know, it's a joshing voice. This vexes me. He needs the medicine drug. No, he needs mouse bites to live.
Feed him to the maggots.
Hi, the Theft. I was wondering when you're gonna join. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. I have a wheel of names, which, well, it's just a wheel where, like, I just have all the things I want to work on, and I've got the one that I was worried about most, because this means working on the website, and it's just, I don't like CSS
Are you
so
sure
much.
Play Oxygen Not Included was the one you were worried about
You
the most?
don't understand my hatred for CSS. I don't understand it. I
also understand, but I do understand your hatred for non-productivity.
Well, listen, if I broke the website, that's negative productivity.
So you'd rather play Oxygen Not Included
Then break something, yeah. Thanks to Ali, we just passed $3,000, but the website is broken.
Oh no.
Yeah, in C,
Good to see you again, Ali. Hopefully everything's treating you well. See you on stream and chat, that is.
Yeah. Actually, Ali has access to this voice channel. So, Ali, if you wanna, I'm just saying. How is it going for you, Tefta? What's happening in your workshop of craziness?
My last video has 10,000 views, my short, and then the new prototype is working, so I'm testing it tonight.
That's good.
Yeah. It is funny though, because I forgot to put battery terminals on it. I have a battery charging circuit, but no spot to plug in the battery.
I am torn right now, by the way. That's because on one hand, the website is broken, and I mean broken because this is my testing site that I just downloaded, and this one is working properly. And I've tried to like just copy the code onto the actual website, but it just broke it. So I don't want to leave it there. But at the same time, another thing I have on my wheel of whimsiness is design a PCB. That's because I actually have everything in place in order to design it. I have everything I need because I've done the test. I've done it on the Patreon channel, but basically not on live stream. But basically, I have done the test of the chip in the exact way I'm going to use it, and it did work. Which means that one chip is actually enough, and it works perfectly, it's great. So I've done it basically using, I've took the chip and I've plugged in one side to the exact component I want to use in the exact mechanical context I want to use it for. And the other side I plugged into the Raspberry Pi, and then I flipped the pin on the Raspberry Pi, and the mechanical component moved. I am describing it as vaguely as possible because I don't want to actually explain what's happening, but the point is it works exactly. So I know that the chip is golden, which means I can actually now design the PCB.
That's awesome. That's so cool. And I don't know, there's something so fun about PCBs. Like, I get more nerdier the more that I do it. Because
it feels like witchcraft. Whenever you see a PCB, it feels like this just technology that's impossible for a layman to do, but then you can actually do it. It's kind of like, I don't know what to compare it for. Like, for example, something that we don't appreciate is the fact that CPUs are designed by humans. It doesn't feel like a true fact, even though it's obvious. It doesn't feel like a true fact. Like, there are some people out there whose jobs it is to design CPUs.
Yeah.
It's actually done.
We haven't offloaded it to the computer yet.
Yeah, but no, what I mean is that CPU feels like something that's incomprehensible, and it feels like something, I don't know, maybe it's the part of where basically if you get into hardware, there are certain rules that are deemed to be unbreakable. Like, for example, I don't know, integrated circuits, they always feel like something out of reach.
Yeah, well, and that's what's so crazy is that, like, the different ways that they manufacture silicon, dope it, atomic layer deposition, it's crazy that only, there's so many different processes you can do to manipulate the silicon and the layers to, like, make these 3D cities. And that's what they are. Like, a silicon wafer ends up being a giant mega city that's on a single piece of crystal silicon.
So you're telling me Silicon Valley is a real place?
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, because if you're here, that's too good of an opportunity to
integrated circuit. By the way, there's an open source project where you can tag along with like 100 other people and have your own IC be added to theirs.
Maybe eventually. I don't feel comfortable designing integrated circuits, mainly because I am bad at designing circuits for now. I feel like I first need to cross the bridge of circuits before getting to integrated. It is fun though that right now I'm going in this very specific direction of doing practical stuff. Oh, about Muslim, I can't even talk on stream. It's all exciting. But yeah, if you're here, this is too good of an opportunity for me to pass. How long are you gonna be here, by the way? Because I don't want
about 30 minutes.
Good enough. All right. I'm fine with this because I need you to remind me yet again because I obviously forgot. I'm gonna keep forgetting until it becomes my second nature. So
that's what I'm here for.
Yeah,
I can save time.
You have saved me plenty of time with everything. I mean, oh my goodness. Hold on, let me make a new folder. Let's call it PCB. It's nice because I'm not only learning about how to make all these specific things, but Raspberry PCB, but I'm also learning about the project structure in itself. So how to approach it all, and that's always really nice. All right, I do believe schematic was the first one, right? Because there is the button for automatically adding it. Okay. Let me see how much, I hate the fact that it's just always in bright mode because that's such an odd one from my stream in general. Was it this?
And so like the first thing usually I do is I try to place a component. So it depends on what you need. So,
I do have Raspberry Pi Pico.
Nice, you already downloaded those.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Because we did that last. The only question I have is, I don't think there should be a difference between Raspberry Pi Pico W and Raspberry Pi Pico 2W. I don't think there is a difference from the perspective of a PC board, so...
Yeah, usually they keep the footprint the same because people will make custom PCBs like you're doing, and then they usually keep the pinout the same, but they adjust it. But
okay, that's good then, because W is...
It could be, though, because they changed the microcontroller, though.
I mean, worst case scenario, I'm just gonna use a Raspberry Pi Pico W. I have that as well. I have one, believe it or not. I am so obsessed with Raspberry. Considering how little I've done with Raspberry, it is comical. Okay, so I remember this, and this already, now, the button for converting, was it... Oh, what was the button for converting to the PCB design?
Oh yeah, that's the one that looks like a circuit board. Top right is green.
Oh, it's just this, okay. Oh yeah, right, and then in the PCB, okay, yeah, and then this, right? Add the PCB from schematic?
Yes.
And it's gonna...
And then it should say you need to annotate, and you might need to save. And then just hit update. No
warnings, no errors.
That's good. There's no connection, so it's really hard to have an error.
Oh, I see. So this, there we go. That's done. What application is this? Might need to design something soon. It's KiCad. So
yeah, KiCad is awesome.
KiCad is great. I love it.
KiCad.
Yeah, it's KiCad.
It looks like the pinouts are the same. I'm checking them all. It's the exact same pinout for 2 versus not 2.
So I just added in, that's it.
Yeah, and you can rotate it. I mean, so the only thing I do is sometimes I want to find the footprint of the whole board. So if you click on the layer that's edge cuts, it's like toward the middle bottom on the right side.
Middle bottom on the right side.
All those layers like F paste. You're looking.
Oh yeah. Okay, this one. Middle. Okay.
Edge cuts.
Edge cuts. Yes. I've got it.
Yeah, then I use the square symbol to like draw how big you want the PCB to be.
This is just like... Yeah, you click and... Okay, okay, got it.
It's so annoying. I do that every time. Every time I love this stuff.
All right, so
that defines the edge of your PCB. So how big your PCB is.
Normally, I would leave it for later when I actually have more of an idea. But now that I think about it, I actually... have the size. I can measure it.
Well, you can also place the drill holes and everything there too. So that way you have screw holes on the PCB. So when it's manufactured, those holes are there. You can even connect them to ground if you want. Have them be part of grounding.
This is great. This is so phenomenal. Right, let me just...
One second. My dog's barking.
It's fine. There we go. And then this is 10, 15, 105, 106. 106, the other dimension we don't actually care about. So the wide dimension will be 106. That is not that big. Whoops. This is the wide one, which that's rough. Okay. But the point is that we have this, which I'm guessing I can just move. That's neat. Then I'm guessing I can just move this, and I think...
And R to rotate it in case you want to have a different orientation.
Can I somehow put it directly in the center, or is that...
I don't know how to auto-center.
No,
I think
it can be a bit to the side.
Click both of them. And I think there is a button up top. I have not done this before. This is something I need to learn.
Move, individually move. Pack and move, swap. Align?
Yeah.
Align vertical center and line horizontal center.
Oh my god. I've never done that once.
Okay, and now this one a bit higher up. Oh my, I mean, can I only move it on one? I messed up. Okay, this is the correct height, which means align.
Control Z works if you've moved it.
Wait, horizontal center. There we go. So now it's perfectly in the center. Actually, now I think about it, this should actually be...
And you just want to move it up because the edge of the PCB, yeah, there you go. Now if you press Alt-3, it will show you what it looks like in 3D.
Alt-3. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, this is lovely. I love this. Oh, this is so much fun.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so much fun. Yeah, if I look at on the 2,
but
it looks... Yep.
Can I show you how to add drill holes?
Yeah.
Because if you go back to the schematic and then you want to place... I gotta look this up again. It's a component. And I think it's just called... hole? Mounting hole. Yeah, if you just type in hole in... there's mounting hole, and then I think you can do with connection or without. Sometimes the with connection. In place, and then place...
Where like, if I were to look it up...
Oh, sorry. So file, edit, view, place on the top left.
File, edit, view, place. There we go. Okay.
And then symbols. Place symbol.
Oh, this is... All right. Yeah. Hole. Mounting hole.
Yeah. And then mounting hole, and then you can have with a pad or without. So the pad has a connection, so sometimes you can add the ground to it, just in case you had like a metal thing you're connecting to.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then this is...
It doesn't matter where those are in the schematic, just because you just need to have as many. So if you want 4 mounting holes, I would duplicate it 4 times or 3 times, copy and paste it.
Okay, and this is what I would use for mounting. Wait, what's the size of them?
Well, first you just have to have... Yeah, so then go to Tools. I'm going to add a mounting pad. Then go to Tools and then Edit Symbol Fields. And then go down to the...
Mounting hole.
Mounting hole, and then click on to the right, the footprint. You want to select which footprint that is.
And then, I imagine it would be hole, and then I select which kind.
Yeah, so 2.2 millimeters are for like M2. So all these are labeled by their machine screws, like M3 is a machine screw.
So I would go for M3.
If that's, yeah.
That's
I usually carry a lot of M2s and M3. M3s are better for 3D prints.
I don't have a single M2. I know I should have. I should order more screws, but no, that's all I have. There we go.
What's nice about this is it will show you how big the screw head is. So now if you switch to the PCB editor.
Wait, so do I just put them wherever and then on the...
Because on here, it doesn't matter where they're at.
I like it because it takes a while getting used to, but it's very, very consistent, and I really love when my software is consistent.
Yeah, for free software, it's probably one of the best.
And then right here...
update.
Right, update, I forgot. Close. and we got 4 holes, which I imagine I would put... Actually, I might only use 2, now I think about it.
It's nice to have more than you need, because sometimes I only put 2 on one of mine, and it ended up being super wobbly, and I was annoyed. I should have put 4.
Mine will be wobbly, the only problem is that I don't... I mean, you know what, that is true. It is probably better to add more.
And what's cool is you should be able to export the 3D file of this board into your CAD software. Yeah.
That didn't really even cross my mind. I completely forgot about that.
So you can export this board with its components,
right,
like into your CAD software, and add it, import it, and just add it to the workflow. And yeah, you can see if the Raspberry Pi would butt up against, you know, a wall or something.
I completely forgot that I'm doing this right, and not with cheap fixes. So oh, that is incredible. Alt F3. Oh, that is incredible. I love this so much.
And you see the circle is where the screw head would be. So it tells you don't put a component in that circle because your screw would crush it.
I love this all so much. Now the only question is, what I don't really like is there a way for me to check like the distance between the mounting hole and the bottom of the PCB?
So that's in inspect.
Measure tool?
Measure tool. Yeah, and it snaps. So you can click on the center. Yeah.
Okay, what if it specifically doesn't snap to what I need snap to?
This is your this is your snap grid. So the snap grid is straight in the middle up top. It says 0.5 millimeters.
Right, so I need 25.
Yeah, so drop it down to like 0.01 if you need better.
Like this. Wait, is it? Oh, hold on. Not what I meant. Okay, inspect measure tool, and then what I need to do is I need the middle to 90 to.
So what I end up doing, is in order to line stuff up on this, I'll design it in an SVG software that I have complete control over, or in CAD if your CAD software exports like a SVG, and then I import it. But the one bad thing about that is that KiCad does not import things at 100% scale. It screws it up. So sometimes lining stuff up is annoying.
I think I might be fine with this. I have one thing I really like about my Blender skills is that I am really good at thinking spatially. So I don't think it will become a problem for me for a while. Eventually I will probably make stuff that's complex enough so that it will become a problem, but for now I think I'm good with this. Now this is the problem right here is we're off by a bit, which means what
just don't ask me anything about it because I don't
know. Select the whole thing and move it. Oh, this is so annoying. I dislike this. Can I move it specifically by some amount on only one axis?
See, this is the part I'm not too sure about. Like, lining stuff up in this program isn't the best. Or at least I don't have to.
I really hate that. Okay, hate is a strong word, but that's really bad.
So the thing is it snaps to a grid, right? So if you hit like Control Z, because this is something, when you place a part, it places it on the original grid that you had, which is a 0.5 millimeter grid. Then if you change that, you can move things, you know, shorter than that distance. But if you switch it back to 0.5 again, it will snap it slightly off to that grid. If that makes sense.
Oh, I think
if you move something over 0.25 millimeters and then you go back to snap at 0.5, it's never going to line up to the 0.5 grid.
Let me actually dimension my final PCB. No, drawing PCB to precise dimensions. Let me see. Measurement with add measurement on the right, then move it or delete it once it's done. Yeah, okay. Add measurements. So what I really would like. Wait, marker, clearance constraints resolution. That sounds maybe no. What I wouldn't really like is something like smart dimensions in SolidWorks. I don't know if you're familiar. Yeah. That would be
in Illustrator. I am, but SolidWorks I think is similar to that of Fusion too. But yeah, those are awesome.
Those would solve my exact problem here. Okay, this is 425. This is 425, that's good. Then this is 4.4, that's correct. And then this is 425. Now, ideally, what I would like to do is somehow, if I move this, they don't change. Of course they don't. That upsets me greatly.
But you can move it and then delete the one, so that way.
Wait, I can actually 25, right? Which means this is 50. This is terrible. 50, 1, 2. That's a 2. Then 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hopefully, if I am correct, which I doubt, this should be. This is 4.5. Okay, so I've overshot it by precisely 1 millimeter. Wait, no, 1/10 of a millimeter? Yeah, 1/10 of a millimeter. Not what I meant.
You should use metric because it doesn't use decimals or anything or doesn't use fractions or something. And then you're talking about tenths, which is a fraction.
Yeah, but what am I supposed to say? 100 micrometers?
Or you could say 0.98 mils.
See, Imperial's better because it actually just accepts the fact that you're going to divide things.
Wild take. I think...
You don't know how fun it is to say steenths. Give me the 7/16 wrench.
If aligning holes will be so annoying, I don't. Can I just do it?
Yeah, just leave those holes for later.
Okay.
Control of yourself.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got this. Now, next thing I need is an SMD which has 8 pins. Which
so
would
you
be...
want to find the part. Yeah, because you need the pins to line up, right?
Wait, the exact part, or do I just look for something that has the same footprint?
Here, just check the part. Try see if it's in KiCad. If it's not, I can show you how to make a new symbol. Because we can make a new symbol real quick.
Hold on. L91105 or OS? I always forget. It's so dark in my office. I can't see. Oh, the point is L911. That's the first thing I can... it's not there.
Real quick. Turfta, since you have the wrench next to your name, could you take a gander at the stream chat real quick?
What is... Yeah. Wait, what is happening? I also...
Bit of a spam thing.
Oh. Oh, whoops. Never mind then. Black Thunder, since you're moderating on Discord, wanna moderate on YouTube chat as well?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, just don't abuse it. There we go.
Who do I ban?
I just can't see the spamming person because YouTube just deletes the messages that are considered too...
Oh, yeah, me either.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I can show you if you want.
I'm on top chat and I can see it, so...
I can show you that on live chat, I cannot. Look, there is nothing... It's funny because you say, mods, can we remove this guy? And there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Dang, element like, do you not see the nonsense right above it?
You can see on stream what I can see.
In
Yes,
a cub.
I'm staring. Like, that's nothing. He's activating a sleeper agent.
Oh.
Well, 3 messages isn't spam.
Yeah, that's not bad.
We've had.
I know, but it's nothing.
Listen, it's not. So what?
Okay, fair enough. If you don't want me to do anything about it, I won't do anything about it.
Listen, I'm not gonna ban people just because they're upsetting me. It's, you know how I've already mentioned it. The most annoying part of being the head of this community is that when I find unfunny memes, I need to move on without like deleting them or banning the person.
Well, that's why you gave me the mod perm, so I can do it for you.
Well,
Guilt-free.
no, because that's still. Yeah, I'm removing your moderation on the chat.
I'm not gonna do it.
Actually, okay. So, a new symbol. How do I do it?
Yeah, so when you're in the schematic view, it is tools and symbol editor.
Okay.
And so in here, I think you want to do new library because you have to specify a library that you save the symbol in.
New library. Okay, got it. And this will be. I should just leave it as might as well global. Yeah, for future.
And just put it in it's going to be a folder or file. Just name it wherever you want to save it at.
Project libraries. Well, aren't there global libraries? Why is there only? Whatever. Just.
Yeah, it's not that important. Yeah.
There we go.
And then it's named new.kicad. That's fine. You just the name of it is new library, and that's fine. So now you can hit file, new component, new symbol. And the name
I suppose I should just name it L91105, shouldn't I?
That would be good if you used it for future uses. This is kind of probably throwaway. It's hard to... Yeah. You might. You probably recreate it.
I think I will use it in the future.
Okay.
Because this is a very, very well-behaving motor driver, and it's very cheap as well. Okay, this. Actually, I can... Why did I just turn this off? My goodness, of course I'm going to use this. L911OS. Of course I want the datasheet. What was I thinking by turning it off?
Datasheet is how we're gonna
exactly. There we go.
Awesome.
I think the simple answer to that is you weren't thinking, you did it at a muscle memory.
It really was. I just turned it so many times. Okay, so this. Now... Just okay?
You need to... Yeah, everything else is fine. It's the default reference letter is U, which is okay. I mean, you could change it to like M for motor if you wanted, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that seems useful. Okay. So that's it.
Yeah, that's it. You hit OK. So first thing you do, usually what I do is I add a box that's pretty big in the center, and then I start adding the pins. And this is where you need to look at the data sheet to see how the pins are arranged.
The pins are... Oh, just... So this way,
yeah,
pins.
You need to know the pin numbers. That's what's important.
The one...
So, yeah that's right there. So the top left is VCC. Perfect. So now there is a circle-A/1 symbol on the toolbar on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
If you click that, and the pin name, you might name them what they are. So that is pin 1 is motor plus.
Yes. I suppose, yeah, the plus is actually probably a good idea. So like this.
Yeah, and that would be an electrical type. You can leave it as input or output. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, the pin number is very important that you have that be 1. And everything else is fine.
Wait, pin length, and that's all.
Everything else, yeah.
Okay.
These are just visual aesthetics. It has nothing to do with the footprint we have to create for this. There probably already exists a footprint, And
then just the rest.
Yeah, so you'd put the other ones. So number 2 is
2, that's
VCC.
input, like this. Then 3 VCC. Then pin number 3 input. There we go. Then 4 motor. 4 motor minus, pin number 4, that one is bidirectional. There we have it. Then 5 underscore ground. This one, I don't know if output is, it makes sense in my head, but whatever, passive, close enough. 5,
Yeah.
and then on the left, there we go. Then 7,
5 would be next to the 4.
Yeah, it would be down.
Yes,
if
you
it's
are
matched.
correct. You are correct. Yeah. Okay, I'll move it in a second. A, input A, pin number 6, and that would be input. Like this. Then 7 IB. 7. What was it? Am I doing something wrong?
No, I would just make the square bigger so you can see the text on both sides. And you're labeling them really nice.
Okay, so basically, I just, oh,
Yeah.
how convenient. There we go. What happened to my motor? Why is an M there?
Oh, click
Because
on it.
it's the center of the
symbol
thing.
for the-
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Okay. I can just move the entire thing, can't I? Nope. Okay. Now it annoys me greatly that whatever.
I usually put it above. I usually put the M above
yeah,
the symbol because it will be like M1, M2.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
So save.
Sure, and you could add what this is. Like you could put the text there to say that this is the L whatever on the actual symbol.
Like
That
this.
Yeah, and you could say motor or whatever.
I think I'm gonna leave it like that.
Yeah, you'll
No.
memorize this. You know
Yep.
exactly what.
I might use it so often that I probably will.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Then save it, and then you're good.
And then right here, I imagine I just add this, and then L911 OS. Okay, do it like wherever for now. Then switch to this. Then do
Now
this.
what you want to do probably is go to back to the schematic because we haven't assigned a footprint to it.
Yes,
We've just given it a symbol.
that makes sense. So how do I assign the footprint?
Go back into Tools when you're in the schematic editor.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wait,
edit symbol fields.
I always forget which one is schematic. Edit symbol fields. And then right here, wait, do I need to create a footprint?
No, it probably exists. So click on it, and then what you're looking for in this footprint is what's the footprint of the actual piece. It should say it in the
At the bottom,
schematic, the data sheet.
the data sheets. Hold on, let me
The
find
data
it.
sheet should say what the footprint of the component is.
Footprint.
Usually at the top, or it might be there. It's usually at the very top, the first page.
On the
Actually, it's probably going to be where you bought it from because it can come in different packages.
on the
So
chip that I have in my hands, there are actually two names. The first one is L911, and the second one is a different set of letters, something AU251. 5A. Could
But
that
the
be it?
footprint is going to be like, let me see. This is 8 SOP. Or, yeah, 8 SOP. So that's what you want to look for, 8-SOP in the filter.
There is nothing with 8-S.
Or Just try SOP without anything else. Capital SOP.
Right. And then
SOP 8. And then you need to know the specifics. So you see those like 3.9 x 4.9.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we need the data sheet to know the exact layout. And you can see they're numbered properly there. But
so stuff like the distance between.
Yeah, the reason why this will probably not tell you the footprint is that there could be more than one footprint. So the same integrated circuit can be put in like 10 different cases, if that makes sense. But if you've found where you bought it from specifically and then look at the footprint there, then you should be able to.
Okay, I need to get my laptop for this in that case. Hold on, I'll be right back. Just. Okay, and I am back.
Oh wow, that was super quick.
I have a very tiny apartment. It was on the exact opposite side. Okay, it's turning on. Then all I need to do is just open it up and just tell me. Yeah, and then this will tell us this thing, and then I just update from, and I just make whatever connections I want and update them from schematic.
Yes, because once you have this footprint assigned, and it's correct, because you can see that the pads are numbered appropriately, 1 through 4 from top to bottom on the left, and then 5 through 8. And so this is what happened to me. I actually put the wrong footprint on my last one because it came in 4 different sizes. And so the footprint that I had was super giant on the PCB, but the part I got in was super tiny.
But wait, were the pins in the correct place?
They were. The pins were in the correct place and order, but there's no way. I would literally have to solder a wire leg onto each pin. And there's 24 pins.
Yeah, that is more like something I would do. So
yeah,
it's probably.
I think it's something you have done.
I'm close enough. I haven't soldered an SMD chip onto a different footprint on a PCB, but I have soldered it to pins, which is now we just need to solder the pins to the PCB.
Also, Weston Smith, it's light mode because there's no dark mode.
Yeah, there is just no dark mode in KiCad. It's actually the only, this and no smart dimensions are the only two things that are terrible about KiCad. Everything else is great. I'm not logged in? Why am I not logged in? Okay. Well, I'm logging in. Alright, I'm in. Ish. It's taking a really long time. I'm just stuck on the loading screen of AliExpress. And the worst part is I have 3 Google accounts that I've use a lot. And I'm kind of worried that I'm not even logging to the right one. One thing that I have found works tremendously when websites don't want to load. I don't know exactly why, but if you open up the development tools, go to the network and then reload the website, for some reason it just all of a sudden works. I don't know exactly why. Is it like because something is not getting loaded and the development tools are forcing it to load it in a different way? Is it because of my VPN? My goodness, just let me in. Let me in. It's my own account. Let me in. Hold on, I need to go from Iceland to. That would be good. Lithuania, America. Why not?
Oh.
Hey, I want to show you the PCB I'm making at the moment.
Oh yeah, the one with this however many magnet pieces. Oh no,
this one is actually my new bracelets. Yeah. So
can I show it on stream?
Yeah, of course. I haven't connected all the wires yet on the design, but this is my current one I'm working on.
Oh.
That is hilarious looking.
I have seen the face of God and it's weeping.
So do you see that thing that's really small in the center that's blue with all those pins? That's the new smaller footprint.
Oh, I see. Okay. What kind of chip is that?
It's a mux. It's a multiplexer. It turns one wire into 16.
Oh, I see. I should also get to know how to use them.
Yeah, those are cool because you can turn like one ADC pin into like 16.
I've bought a bunch of integrated circuits, and I still haven't opened that package. So I should actually look in because there's definitely some kind of multiplexer there. Probably many.
Definitely. And they're fun because all you have to do is enter in the binary number. So 4 of the pins go in, and they're just the numbers, right? So you just give it 0, 1, 2, 3, and then based off of that, it outputs whatever the signal line is to the corresponding pin. So you're just giving it the binary number with voltage through 4 pins and controlling 16 outputs.
That is really convenient. To be fair, I haven't had a problem yet, mainly because I'm always going with the overkill of using the NRP, comical amount of outputs. But if I wanted to make something actually compact, then this would be...
Well, yeah, if you wanted, let's say, you can only read 3 ADCs from the Raspberry Pi Pico. So if you wanted something with 4 or 5 sensors or more, you would have that reads analog, you'd have to use a multiplexer.
Maybe I'm just out of the loop, but what is the bracelet for?
Oh, I am so glad you asked.
Make it nice.
It's just...
I'm sure you do too!
Yeah. Tefta, you explain it. I'm still logging into AliExpress.
So it's a machine learning bracelet meant to do prosthetic, be the sensor for a prosthetic device. Specifically someone that had amputated hand but an intact forearm, because forearm muscles move the tendons to pull the wrist. Fingers. Yeah, so the tendons that pull on your fingers for just like curling them come from muscles in your forearm. Some of the other movements come from your hand, but those muscles are still there in some amputees. So why not actually just pick up the movement of those muscles, and you could recreate what movement they're trying to do. So I built a label device, and then I built a bracelet that I'm trying to build a robust system, all open source and open hardware. Yeah, that's actually the Flex Grid. That's the one I'm working on. That's version, that's the current version.
Would you be able to, using this, figure out a way to make like a backpack of some sort that had like 2 extra arms, and would you be able to learn how to use them like a pair of arms?
Well,
sure, but they would just mimic your arms, right?
Yes. Basically,
so could you learn to use them as 2 separate arms?
Not quite. No. Because basically, what's happening is that you have. Basically, what's happening is I'm gonna draw it as a stick figure because I'm. Well, not great.
Right, it was connected to your arm. I'm asking if you can generalize it to like brain mapping.
Not really, because imagine it this way. This is your hand, right?
Yeah.
You have one device. Wait, is it right here? Is it right here? Right here? I don't. So you have one device right here, the other device right here in your hand. And basically what's happening is that this device is trying to, based on the muscle tension in your forearm, right? It's trying to guess what fingers you're pressing. This device knows what fingers you're pressing. And so then you take those two, you take both of them, and you have a classic problem of, okay, you have the input, you have the output, you need to find the method to connect them, which is what AIs are meant to do. Hence, you use them both with an AI to figure out what muscle movements right here correspond to what finger movements right here. And after you're done, you have an AI that's all learned and good, and then you can basically have this on its own without the orange device. And that is able to predict what fingers you're moving, which means that if your hand gets cut off, right here, for example, then your muscles in your arm are still moving, which means this functions completely fine. And based on this information, you can figure out what fingers you're moving. You can't do it with extra arms, because with extra arms, you would need an extra forearm to connect the data from. The live
But you
data,
know
not
what's
the data for
interesting?
training AI.
Is I was actually working on eventually like a sensor like the bracelet, but instead of on your arm, let's say you're missing your whole entire arm, maybe you put it in the sole of the shoe. So what if you could just wiggle your foot in such a manner that even if you're walking, you could still like wiggle it? Maybe you could create a unique signal that could be sent to the robotic arm. So you could do something interesting, but you'd have to borrow a different part of the body.
Well, the reason I was asking is because the if I remember correctly, the parts of your brain that control like how your arm moves and stuff like consciously are pretty close to the surface, which means you
Yeah,
can pick them up with like a BMI. Um
yeah.
and that's why I was asking because
The motor
could you
cortex
in
and the
theory, yeah.
somatosensory. Yeah, they're like two bands on the top of your head. And so
Yeah.
the sensing part is right next to the motor part as well.
Man, isn't that convenient?
It is. Well, it's interesting if you look up homunculi, the word, which shows you like the amount of brain mass that's actually dedicated to different parts of your body. They actually made like a cartoon person, and depending on how much brain matter is associated to that body part, it's bigger
I
or
thought
smaller.
that was if your nerve endings were evenly spaced on your body.
Sometimes, but usually they have it right next to the map of the brain where that's at, and I can
Oh,
show you
okay.
here. I'm gonna copy this image.
Where is it
It's this
disappearing
thing.
to? Ah, contributor. All right.
It's always called a homunculus. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
Don't ask me. I didn't name it.
I'm still hacking into my own account because third-party software isn't working in AliExpress, which means I cannot actually log in with Google, which means I need to log in with my actual password, and for the life of me, I don't remember what that password is.
And that's fine. I do actually have to go.
That's fine then. I'm so close though, damn it. Alright, I figured it out.
You are.
Also, forearm is elbow to wrist.
Okay, well, I don't know biology, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
I'm not much of a bio. I was explaining it secondhand, that's why. I don't know biology. Okay, so in this case...
Second hand, that's what it's for.
Yeah, funny. I'm gonna just measure it and hope that it's gonna be... Well, I'm not measure it. I have a freaking... Oh wait, why don't I just... Also, as I'm typing in the L911...
You're not measure it, you're make it.
Well, that's... I also can read the name of the... Hold on, I need a bright application to get more light. There we go. It is AU2515A. 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 There we go. Would you happen to maybe have what about you? That is, I mean, yeah, this is the right chip.
I like chips. Chips are good.
Yeah, I like the salt ones. They're neat.
Doritos.
No, I just take the salt. That's it. Plain salt. That's good for me. The boat salt is a bit much.
You're just eating salt?
Yeah, it's the whole entire flavor.
No, I mean, okay, so like it's salt on chips, right?
What's the...
I thought you were just eating salt.
Look at this. Not the security code. Okay, this is the same one, just...
I'm so glad
Alright.
I can't read that. Very secure.
What about this one? That's a module, not an integrated circuit.
Salted PCBs are yummy.
Oh, they all use the same exact freaking thing. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Why does it say NR 852 and not day?
Because it's number.
But
oh, you haven't seen, right? Okay.
Why? What happened?
No, I just will not be streaming every day from now on.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I kind of, yeah. I kind of can't take the daily streams anymore. This is a different layer. Fucking shit and piss and fudge sticks. What if I look up what Mark
It's been
sent?
3 years. It's time for a break.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I will still be streaming a lot. I don't know if I'll be streaming.
Well, I don't doubt that, but like if you miss a day here or there, I'm not going to be upset.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
In fact, if you took a week off, I'd be happy.
Eventually, I will.
Well, you said that 2 years ago, so...
Ah, damn it. AliExpress.
You should take care of yourself now!
Damn it, from... Okay. How do you look up a message from a specific person on Discord?
From at their name.
But the from isn't actually working. That's what's...
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go to basic channel, search from user, Oh, you're gonna have to hit the left arrow once, so it actually like starts typing in the from, because it should start with like an autofill list.
It doesn't. It just... This is what I get, and it's not what I mean. I don't want to search for from.
What? Okay, what do you... Okay, can you, like, write down the name you're looking for?
At Mark, no, it's not even... it's not working though. In channel specific date, now has link embed of file. Link... And then... I swear, Discord, you are pissing me off. Learn more. Search saves day. I don't have this option.
You don't have from user?
No, I just don't have it. When I click on the search bar, those are all the search options I have. All of them.
No, I'm not doubting you. I'm saying that's weird.
What the fuck? Discord? Hold on. Discord cannot search from user. To fix it, just restart my kind of Control R. This is idiotic. I mean, I will. Okay. Oh, I didn't. Welcome back. I didn't think to actually warn you before I restarted, but yeah. It didn't work.
I told you to do that once.
Hold on. What if I disable streamers mode? I can't because of the streamers mode. That's. I'm fine. So I couldn't do it because of the streamers mode, right?
Of course.
Oh, that's still...
Wouldn't want to dox anyone.
Hold on, my bank just sent me a message. Oh, this is just for hosting on... Okay, never mind, it's good. That was just for...
Restarts Discord, my bank sent me a message.
Whoops. No, they just sent me a message that, like, my account's been deducted for, like, the hosting for the website, the host provider.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I thought you said my card's been declined.
That would be pretty funny.
Oh, how American of you.
Okay, I'm back. There we go.
I was gonna say, also your stream is still... there it is. Never mind.
You have to rewrite search bar and visual code. Okay.
I'm sure it will not break.
Hold on. AliExpress. Let me first see something. Okay, I'm not logged in. So L911 OS. Which ones did I buy? None of them. None of these. That's good. That's festive. None of these look like the chip I bought. This chip. Oh, because okay, that makes sense. All right. This is not it because I have. There we go. Why is it on Polish? What the fuck? There we go. That doesn't even work. Yes. Oh. No, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. No. Hold on. This actually makes sense. Yeah, because tariffs. UK. United Kingdom. There we go. Yeah, there we go. He can't actually buy this. I'm sorry, Blackhand. I didn't mean to. It was just.
You're fine. Don't worry about it.
That was just funny. This looks like the chip. That's good. Okay, now.
Yummy.
Tree planting? Why? No. Specifications, yes.
Why would this ever be used for planting trees?
You don't know. You don't know what I'm buying it for.
Probably not planting trees.
Oh, damn it. This doesn't help at all. Okay, so what if, hear me out.
The last time I heard "What if, hear me out," you broke Minecraft.
What if hear me out is not a good sentence for me.
What if hear me out? Massive explosion. 5 o'clock news.
What if hear me out dies instantly. Okay, package.
This is the Polish version of the rednecks. Hold my beer and watch this.
It is no, it's a make it version of that. Yeah, just hear me out. But not the typical internet hear me out when someone just says the most like unhinged, heinous thing they could possibly say.
What is your most despicable hear me out? And I don't mean venom because the tongue. I mean actually vile.
I don't know if that's a genuine question or if you mean as a bit.
It kind of both, honestly. Now that I think about it, was originally a bit, but now I want to know.
My most despicable hear me out.
Yes.
I think we should normalize suicide.
You can go first.
No, because hear me out, okay? Hear me out.
See? I mean,
it's 5
that is
millimeters.
Technically what I asked for, but not really what I meant.
It's okay. It's 5 millimeters in height, and then sideways it is. I need to measure in between the pins. Now, why is there so much solder on this? Oh yeah, right. I remember. Okay, one side is 5 millimeters. The other side is 4 and a bit. So it should be 5 by 4. Is that a... Well, that seems like it. Oh, but what is the difference between them? The size of pins? I mean, this seems like the right one. It does seem to be almost perfectly 5 by almost perfectly 4.
I think somebody's cleaning outside because every now and again I get a whiff of like bleach.
It's great.
which is crazy because it's almost 10 at night.
Maybe they're dissolving.
Who's using chlorine bleach at 10 p.m. outside?
Maybe they're dissolving a body. Mind your own business.
Yeah, next to me, please don't. I need to go to work tomorrow. I try to mind my own business. It's when they make their business mine that I have a problem.
Okay, this is good. Then all I need M1, then another one, then a third one, and then just a pin out. Yes. Then a common ground would also be nice. Okay, so
tax the rich.
The way what?
Oh, not that common ground.
Okay, so if I remember correctly now, the way I should do it is by making a global label, for example, G and D. There we go, and then connecting. Where are the ground pins? Okay, this. Wait, what are there? 2, 4. Where's 8? Oh, are all the grounds connected? That might be it actually. The point is that the ground goes right here, then the ground G and D goes right here, then G and D goes right here. And now if I save it, if I go to this and if I do this, then, well, I mean, not wrong. Okay, yeah, that's correct. And then if I do root, interactive router? No.
Root? As in sudo rmrf no preserve root?
You really are schizophrenic.
Please, that was my father.
Hold on, I need to message Tefta. Tefta, one quick last question. How do you automatically generate the connections in the PCB editor? Once...
Also on the... Oh.
Auto-routing. Yeah, I remember that much. I just don't remember... Shucks. I remember there was a button in the very... Or was it the button? Auto-routing. If I was an auto-route, where would I be?
Underground, probably. Oh, wait, no, wrong route.
Such obscure just rocket fire. Yeah, okay. Hold on, Tefta just went back to online. Oh no, did I bring Tefta back just to answer my dumb question? Shucks.
Is that not why you asked him?
No, I asked him to give me a quick answer on Discord as a message. Oh, hi, the Tefta.
Yeah.
I just
it was a button. The button's actually disappeared now. It's called auto router.
Oh, where is it?
Well, it should be on the top row. It's a symbol, kind of like the piece schematic to PCB thing. It's next to that, but I don't see it. It might be a module that you have to add.
Oh.
But if you might, I'll Google auto router KiCad. Not there.
Now this 1, 2 third one then will also be needed. Right.
Oh, weird. I think they removed it.
What? No! No!
Do it yourself.
No, I might have to do it myself.
No, they didn't remove it. Where is it? Yeah, they're doing it the old school way.
They didn't remove it. It's gone.
Tools. Other fudger.
I mean, I don't want to keep you here, so I could just. I can go now.
Why do PCBs use like the octagonal lines?
What do you mean, like the sharp lines?
Well, like, why did they always bend at 45-degree angles? Like, why don't you just do straight lines?
I mean, it's just the consensus. You can, if you want to do either straight lines, you can even do curved lines.
Me doing the most forbidden, cursed nonsense with a PCB.
No, like smooth PCB. If I remember correctly, the reason why they do this whole thing is because back in the day, this was just the easiest way to do it. But nowadays, you can totally do curved ones if you want, or you can do, well, you can do only straight ones if it doesn't intersect.
But like, that's what the other layers are for.
Yeah, but then no. Other layers. Well, I mean, sometimes you can just work around. So, for example, if you have like 2 points, one right here, and then blue one and blue one, then you can just connect them like this.
Right. No, I understand that, but also you could go into another layer.
Yeah, but you don't want to add. The more layers, the more complicated it gets. You don't want to add another layer just to. So, for example, you have the VS, which VS, I think that's what it's called. I feel weird explaining it with Tefta here because the Tefta is a professional of this. But basically, you have certain things that can go through the entire PCB, and then if you just add layers willy-nilly, then you need to like care about each and every single layer. The less layers, the simple it is. Not the simpler, only the easier it is to keep track of where things are.
So if you go to Tools, External Plugins, I'm trying to follow this tutorial. I don't see external plugins.
I have external plugins.
And then free routing. It's called free routing.
Okay.
If you don't have the plugin, you can install it from the KiCad plugin manager. Okay, it's just in the KiCad. Yeah, the proper where you see your project. Free route. Awesome. That's how I did it. I just forgot I did it.
Okay, so free routing. I just download it and then.
No, you don't download it. Just literally click on the icon that's KiCad in your taskbar, and just go to the actual project file, not the schematic or PCB, the project file.
So right here.
Yeah. Let me make sure my stream isn't up to date. Just a second. I assume yes. You want to see if you see plugin manager at the very bottom right, looks like a box.
Yes.
Plugin and content manager. Yeah, click that, and then type in free in the search bar. Once the other window pops up.
Free route. Oh yeah, I remember. Right, we installed it for my KiCad 7. I have KiCad 9.
I forgot too.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
So then it just shows up. You might have to close and reopen the file, but it should show up as a button.
I'm actually curious about other. KiCad PCB new action plugin tools. Automation for KiCad.
Yeah, then I have to apply.
Oh,
I forgot to apply the pending changes in KiCad. It wouldn't let me close it until I apply.
There we go. Now close. Now back here. Alright, that makes sense. Close. Fetching repository. Okay.
Sweet.
And
yeah,
now
it's
there
next
it is.
to the console button. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. I'm sorry, new Java. I don't have downloaded. Whoops. My computer just got really loud just by me pressing the outer root. But okay, this seems to be right. Alright, Tefta one way. Okay. Okay. That's neat. Thank you, Tefta. Even though Tefta is already gone. So now what we want is this is good, because now we can just have a common VCC actually. So let's call it VCC power. Thank you, Tefta, once again. There we go. VCC power, which will be our... This will be our second power supply. Then IBM1 or M right. IBM right. Why am I not copying them actually? I don't know why I didn't think of that. And then that GPI 1, because why not? That seems to be right. Then IAMR. There we go. Perfect. And then this should be MR minus, and then MR plus. And then what we'll have is we'll move this down, copy, and then can I change the labels? Well, just in case I can't, I'm gonna delete them, because why not? And then we just do the same thing with ML plus, ML minus, IBML, IAMR. No, damn it! IAML. Perfect. Then we just copy both of these, plug it in right here, save it, go right here, auto root. That was a lot of symbols, but what I wanted to do first is actually this, update PCB. That's on me, whoops. So we just pop it on the left, then auto root. That is L. Start now. There we go. There we go. That looks, I think, right. They go in between, which I'm assuming means that is correct. Now, if we just, oh, that is good looking. It looks a bit odd, but just a bit. I suppose if I move them to the pins on the other side, it will be easier for connections. Yeah, because right now they're just wacky.
Can I show you something real quick?
Yep.
The vias. Yeah, you already used a via, probably in that program, but that's a pass through. So those are nice to kind of set yourself and then do auto routing sometimes.
All right.
But that looks awesome.
Yeah, it looks really good. The only problem is that I messed up the pins. So pins from 21 to 40, those are on the left side. All the other ones are on the right side, which means right here we want these to get disconnected. And the left ones, we want them to be right here, I think. We'll see. There's so many windows that open up whenever I click this button.
Back in the day, you had to do it manually. You had to export the DSN and then load it to this Java thing in a crazy subfolder.
Oh, this is so convenient with just a single. Make it switch to dead chart. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I didn't. Hold on, I wasn't reading. Can I have in the middle of the night because I missed the guy's voice. Also, I haven't said it in a while. Make it switch to live chat. I already have. It's been almost 4 hours. This is a long stream. They might take a break and look at tweaks in Google. Thank you, Tha. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, vias. Speaking of vias, actually, do I add vias in the schematic and then?
No, so that's all in the PCB editor. And so usually vias you'd want close to the component in the PCB editor.
Oh, I'm asking because vias are, like, for example, for attaching a battery. Wouldn't I use vias for that, or should I use like?
So vias are only routes from one side of the board to the other. So if you want pins for a motor, you want to place a connector component in the schematic.
Okay, so a connector. All right, so that's what I was. So that's what I. So is that a symbol or is it?
Yeah, a symbol in the.
Okay.
I always go to place, add symbol, and then type in CONN, and I usually. Oh, you might just want CONN because yeah, they're right there. There's 1x2, 1x3, and there's pin and socket. So I just choose however many pins I want.
Oh, I see. So like 1x2 pin like this, for example.
Yeah.
And then I take the VCC power, and then I just connect it like so. And I go right here. I save. I update PCB. One error. Uh-oh.
Why are both of those the same?
What do you mean?
In the schematic, they both had the same name for both of those pins.
Right, I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. I just had double ground and double power in all of them, and I completely forgot that batteries don't operate that way.
So yeah, perfect. So VCC and then ground. Okay. Yeah, and pin 1 is usually the one that's square. And again, if you want to, you still have to give it a footprint because it doesn't have a footprint yet.
And footprint is in the schematic, correct? Which means right here.
In tools, in the drop down under tools, it's I always forget.
Symbol? No, wait. It was tools.
Tools.
Edit symbol fields.
There you go. Edit symbol fields. Yeah.
And then connector right here. And do I just also look up for a connector?
Header, HEAD, header pins. And then I usually, so pin headers, usually the ones for breadboards are 2.54 millimeter pitch. So those are 1 millimeter. Those are super small. And you can buy like female JST plugins that are different size too. They're also measured by their pitch. And it also has, you have to have the 1x2. Yeah, perfect.
And then horizontal, I want vertical.
Vertical. Yep. So the next one down. There you go. That's the standard one that I use. The 2.5 millimeter pitch. And then pin 1 has the square, so you know that's ground.
Okay, like this. Update PCB, close. And then just put it. This is for a battery, so I imagine something like right here. Sounds good. Oh, but then they need to also go across. That's what the two sides are for, actually.
Yeah, and can I show you something? Because you want to do two things. So the first one is that you want to click on the front copper area. So the layer is on the right side where it says f.cu. Click on that, and then click on the button right below the via, which looks like a weird square thing with a wire connected. It says draw fill zones. It's in the toolbar.
So wait.
It's a blue square thing. I'm just going to paste it into chat. It's super hard to illustrate what it is.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not good at describing that blue thing.
It's not exactly easy with this much going on.
Yeah.
Oh, draw fill zones.
Yeah. So you want to draw an entire fill zone on the back and front as a giant square over your whole design.
Okay, so like... Oh. That just opened up...
Yeah, because you're going to define what it is. So if you're on the front, you want that to be your positive voltage. So you want that to be the battery plus terminal. So whatever you have that specified as.
VCC power.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you might need to actually.
Oh,
You won't want to do that. It'd be good just to do a grounding plate for the back, probably.
Oh, so like the front is VCC, the back is. Wait, oh, do I draw one? Oh, that's inconvenient.
So VCC power, is that the one that you specified? Yeah, it should be fine. We can modify the schematic to make sure this is correct, but just hit OK. And then you want to just touch the 4 points of the square for the entire fill zone.
And then the back copper, I select the BCU, and then I draw another one, this time.
And that's for ground, yeah. And you can draw outside because it only fills in where there is a PCB, so it knows where the edge is.
See.
So I actually have it extend past the edge.
Okay, so ground like this, and then I imagine the reason why is because I'm going to be passing a lot of current through it, and so I would rather have...
Yeah. I think you have to double click to make it go away.
Close enough.
That works. So now, if you press the B button on the keyboard for B for boy, press B, it will fill in all those copper areas.
Oh, I see.
So, for example, zoom in on the ground pin on the Raspberry Pi Pico.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. So now, basically, instead of moving the VCC around, it's instead not drawing the connections for VCC. Instead, it's just drawing like resistance connections around everything else.
Yeah. But what's even cooler is if you close this, you want to go back to the other view, the not 3D view. Look at the Raspberry Pi Pico's ground pin. Zoom into it, wherever the ground pin is.
Oh yeah, and ground connects.
See how it's connected? It's connected to the back. So any pins that you have are gonna automatically be connected to the layer that's filled in.
That is genius.
You don't even have to route those. So what you usually want to do now is delete all of your traces, because you actually want to get rid of all those.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I did auto route and I am paying the price right now. Okay, so I imagine 10,000 errors
so for
means...
auto route, you actually won't need auto route at all. But you can use it. But if you're using this method, so hit Control B to remove the backing. And so zoom into the chip that you have. One of them, the one that has 8 pins.
Right.
And then use the track. So actually manually make a track, but only that goes like a centimeter. So for the ground pin. So take the ground pin on pin 8. Yeah, and then to the right about an inch.
I get. Oh, yeah. I think I get it. So that's basically auto.
Now add a via to the end of it.
Oh, never mind. I do not get it then.
Click on via and then click on. There you go.
I thought I got it, but I didn't.
Perfect.
All right, like this, and then
you can hit escape. Yep, and that takes it off. So now you don't have to route those because the bottom pad is full of ground. So those are routed to ground automatically. And then for VCC power, the top is probably connected to VCC power. But you probably want to delete the fill zone on the top, to be honest. What you want to do instead is create super big tracks.
All right.
So click on the front copper and then just delete that square. If you click on the front copper layer.
I deleted, yeah. And then so instead of auto routing, I should do it manually. For the big power, because you want to change the thickness of the routing. That makes sense. Okay.
So you can auto route everything else, but for a few specific things like these ground pins to go to a via to the back, that's super simple. I would definitely do that manually. But now, wherever the power comes in from the battery, you want to route that on the board and then make the track thicker than the normal. The normal is 0.2 millimeters. So if you make a track manually, you can actually select the track and hit E and increase the track width to like 0.35 is what I usually do.
Okay, so VCC power right here, for example, this goes like this. And then, why isn't it going down?
No. Do you have like something else selected? Oh, you have like 2 pins selected. I don't know. It's glitching.
Just like
Maybe start from the bottom.
Yeah, actually, that's probably a good idea. Like this, and then E, and then track with something like 2 millimeters.
Yeah,
I imagine.
0.35. That's 2. That's super big.
No,
That
it's
works.
flat. Damn it.
Why is that stuck there?
But I mean, if I just make this connection.
What is wrong with this? Oh, VCC power? Are those two? Yeah, it says that they should be connected.
They're so close.
What is stopping it?
I don't understand.
Is there a component in the way or something?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, what is that green thing?
What is that green thing? That's not even. I think it's showing here that it's overlapping with something, but what is... That's invisible. That looks like invisible front copper.
Oh, yeah.
And what's the connection? Hold on, can I just update real quick?
If you click on the component, the M1, one of the pads, and right click on it and hit edit symbol or edit to footprint.
Right. Oh, right click edit. Right click edit footprint.
Footprint editor. Edit and open and control
Open
E.
in foot. Okay, found it. Yep.
Does it have anything?
It doesn't seem to have anything.
Never mind then. There might be an object that is... Yeah, what is that blue line though?
It's connecting... I think... Oh no! Oh yeah, I think the free routing thing corrupted everything.
Okay, so zoom all the way out.
Right?
And select everything. Literally just drag a big giant square.
Mm-hmm.
Now right click and hit filter selection.
Okay, yeah.
Select. It's the first one. It says select.
Select filter selected items and then filter just
uncheck all items and then
trucks.
just click tracks and vias and just delete all tracks and vias.
I think I've done it.
Yeah, now try to route those bottom ones.
Okay, I don't think I've done it. Can I just click A to select everything? No, that's... Okay, I didn't even want to do it anyway. The problem is that if I select all of them, they don't actually get selected. I need to like select them manually.
What the heck is that? And I can't see your right side because of your charity checkups thing. Are all those
right.
visible?
Sorry, hold on. Let me just turn it off. There we go.
Okay, they're all visible. Yeah.
I'm gonna have... This is hell. Can I just delete everything? No?
Yeah.
Just like, is there a button for...
Undo, because it won't let you. Yeah, so unselect the back copper or hide the back copper layer on the layer panel.
Oh wait, hold on.
Hide and show it.
Hide the back copper, there we go.
Yeah, they're definitely vias. Maybe I would just close this out, save it, close it, and then open it back up. Because you can see that the blue line
There we go, yeah. That reminded it. There, okay, fixed. So now I can just right here in between the two. 2 millimeters. That is what I want. Hold on, why isn't it letting me? I do want...
because it's probably going on both pins. I usually do 0.35, and you have to select the pad, one of the pads. Yeah, because of the other pins beside it, you can't have it be that thick. Yeah, there you go. 0.35 is usually good for this.
Now I'm gonna run the two. There we go.
Ta-da. And for the back, you still have that fill. So any ground, I just put a little bit of copper line and then put a via for any ground. And you don't even need to do this for the Raspberry Pi Pico because it already has it in the hole.
Oh, that makes sense. And it's if I imagine if I press B, then yeah, okay, all these are except for the ground pins.
And it will automatically kind of route around any other wires that you have too. And you can just keep on pressing B and it will update that backfill.
Okay, question, however. In the middle of the Raspberry Pi Pico, there are in fact a bunch of like tiny copper plates, like right here, that are not included. These are in different places, basically, it would seem. Or like there's just a bunch of, yeah, these three are in different places. So can I just draw lack of ground here somehow? Can I like remove the ground from?
Yes,
Or do I need
that's
to
the
redraw
one right below it. So the one right below it, the whole fill box square, yeah, that's what not to fill. So in the same way, you just highlight whatever you don't want to fill.
Back copper. Right. Stop snapping. Not what I want you to snap to. It's a bit ugly, but it happens. There we go. That's roughly straight. Well, not anymore. That's roughly.
If you just hit B, it should update it.
Okay. So now B. Right. I don't think that took.
Hit Control B and then hit B again. Yeah, I forgot how you do the back cover. Okay, I forgot how you do the remove one. Let me.
I mean, I could just redraw the filled zone.
Yeah, I just drew a complicated shape around mine.
Yeah, I think that should be fine. Like, yeah. Ground. There we go.
Yeah, that's been my solution so far. I haven't actually made a nested hole inside of a copper fill. But this will help because of that antenna at the bottom. So this will be better signal for your Wi-Fi.
There we go. Close enough.
It's really specific.
And now if I do Alt 3, then... Oh, that's really neat. That is really, really neat.
So yeah, I would just add the vias for the ground on both chips.
Yep. Which means in this case front copper, and then...
And I would connect that big snake thing to the other side too.
0.4 forward, and then 0.4 forward. It's a bit messy, but I mean, we all have our own little quirks. Oh yeah, and this one will have to go... Oh right, I have only 2 layers. Oh, but it's fine, right? Because I can just pop it on the bottom layer, then I can route it.
Yeah, you can even route on the back too. I mean, you want the signals to be on the front. It'll be more clean if you just have the signal wires.
Yes, right. Yeah. 2 layers is rough. My goodness, why am I struggling with this so much? I mean, I know how to route this, but I'm worried about the future components I may add. To be fair, I'm only going to add 1 more of these, and then just 1 more triple set of pins, and that's I would think
put all 4 of those right next to each other if you're gonna have 4 of them.
Yeah, I think that's actually really smart.
On the right side.
Yeah. And then just have the output going. That's probably really smart. Yeah, and then I can just go to the schematic editor and change them up so that these two
yeah, on the other side.
Go like this. There we go.
Yeah. See, that's already super easy.
This is all really convenient. If I move this, okay, the underlying connections don't move. That makes sense.
Yeah, but they're super easy to redo. So
I like this a lot. I will spend tonight probably working with this. Also, one more thing. The goal.
Do you have any capacitors?
Capacitors, yes, I have a
Like
couple.
ceramic ones?
Yes.
Because it might. What's really good in your schematic is if you add a capacitor from VCC to ground. It's gonna clean your signal from the battery.
I don't want to just yet.
Okay.
Because a goal of mine is I will have another series of videos going in parallel. That will be the electronics and electricity explained. That's actually, I started this live stream with scripting the battery video. And what I want is I only want to use components once I understand them.
Okay.
I know that it may seem really odd, but
no, it makes total sense.
Yeah, the reason why I want to go this way is because you don't actually need to use, in 95% of cases where they use, you don't actually need to use capacitors and resistors or transistors and such. You just use them because it results in a much better and safer and so on and so forth circuit. And I really like the idea of me figuring out how to stabilize my circuit on my own.
I love it.
Yeah, no, all I need to do is just research them properly. I have done... Oh, by the way, I don't know if you heard, but I'm not doing these live streams daily anymore.
Yes, I saw that. I'm happy for you because that's a lot of work, man.
Yeah, I am too, because this live stream has been 5 hours for that specific reason. From now on, I'm excited about the fact that live streams will only be good. There won't be any duds, like 1 hour longs. Unless, of course, something happens, but, well, that always happens. It feels good. It feels right.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
And I mean, you make so much good content. Like, your videos just are rock solid. So, I mean, what you're doing is working. The charity checkups, it's cool to see you, but I only get to hop on like maybe once a week. I wish I could watch more.
I understand. I totally understand. You do a lot of great stuff. I mean, listen, I need you to be busy, because then when you do join in once a week, and you can help me with this stuff. So that's convenient.
Yeah. What's so cool tonight? I get to test my circuit.
Yeah.
But I made so many mistakes on it. But I literally have the multiplexer. I have not. I got it this morning and soldered it at 8 a.m. and it is now 9:30 p.m. my time, and I haven't tested it yet. But it's all built. It's like sitting behind me, but I've been too busy. Yeah.
Well, then, good luck on that. I hope it works perfectly, because I imagine it will. I imagine it will.
This is going to be epic. Like this, you're getting really advanced with all of your electronic stuff.
Yeah.
So
slowly.
And you have mounting holes. I mean, this is what's so cool is PCBs are also rigid. Like you can use them as a part of your structural component.
The thing that you mentioned about exporting it and actually adding it to my CAD, that's genius. And I do mean it. That is...
Yeah, it's file export. I think it's the step one. That's the one that imports the Fusion.
Yeah, step STL and so on and so forth.
But I don't know. I'm pretty sure that, because STL as well, and the STL shape is the exact shape. Like, it's so useful.
I will, in fact, use this. Is going to be great. I need to change up.
Because so many times my holes aren't lined up. So what I do is I actually put it into Fusion, and then I actually project the holes to the underlying part. So literally, it's taking the exact schematics from the PCB to make the holes.
That will help me a bunch. It's gonna just solidify everything so much. All right, well done. I think I'm ready to end the stream now. I'm getting really hungry at this point, and I've done a lot of work on stream. I'm happy. I'm satisfied with this. I really am. Well, anyway, thank you so much, Tefta, for helping me. There we go. Anyway. I think it's about time that I go. Thank you so much, Tefta, for helping me. Thank you all so much for watching. And for now, that'll be it. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and have a great day. Bye.